Hey, how we doing? How we doing? Oh, Sean, Man Cave, straight in. Super chat. Welcome back, mate. Anyway, been looking. I actually worked out, Sean, how to use the Instagram thing this morning. So I've been and I've looked through all your photos. Really good, mate. What I didn't realise to start with is on Instagram you can see, like, say, half a dozen photos, but what it is, there's other photos in that photo. I didn't suss that out, but I have now, mate. So it looks like you had a great time. Welcome back. So we've got quite a few in already. I think Derek was in first today, and then we've got Paul Gilbert, Colin Parnell, Benji in and out. Chris is popping in and out. A lot of popping in and out. Then we've got Nick Petronics. Afternoon, Nick. Gary Cooper. Hi, Gary. Cyberflyer. Rob Titheridge. Chris Brown. Wenlock. Hi, Wenlock. Yeah, I did manage to get on time today, Wenlock, so hopefully you can join us for a little bit, but probably quite late there. So, yeah, a lot to do today. You know, we'll just have to see how it goes. God, this is hurting my neck, this lapel mic for some reason. That's better. Bit of adjustment. Video's a bit jumpy. Yeah, not sure. Frame rate's not brilliant, to be fair, Wenlock. Hopefully it'll smooth out. Otherwise, I'll have to stop the stream, alter it, and start it again, won't I? But I've put the stream out at 25 frames a second today, and it's running about 15 at the moment. So there's a bit of lag there. I don't know whether that's my computer, whether it's the internet. I don't know. I think it's my processor. I need to go in and shut down some of the stuff that's running in the background, I think, Wenlock, but you know, I'm on now. How's everyone doing then? As I say, I've got quite a few things to look at today, so hopefully it'll keep you entertained. What's that there? Anyone else having problems with the video and the audio, or is it? It could be Wenlock, it could be Australian. Your computer needs winding up. Is it like that, ZX? And welcome. Yeah, I can't remember how to see what computers are running on this Windows thing. I'd say Windows is fairly new for me. Well, I obviously started on Windows many years ago, and I moved over to Apple, and only come back into Windows to use this software, really. So I don't know how to close down background programs. So if anybody knows that, then just let me know, and I'll close them down. It could be us. It's down under, Wenlock. It's down under. It's a problem. Chris is having the same problem as well. Oh well. Hi, Dave. How are you? Yeah, it could be down under. Hi, Derek. I could do with more sheep in there. I got plenty. I'm not having any in the house, really, Derek. Lip sync issue. Yeah, the lip sync thing's a pain in the ass, isn't it? If I was to use the main camera for audio, it'd probably be absolutely, well, if I used the main camera for the video, it would probably, right. Let's test that a minute, actually. Let's just test that a minute. Let's go onto the main camera. And I'll bring it up and stick my mug in it and see. I'm a bit close, really. a bit too close. And I've got to go that way a bit. There we go. All right. So what's the audio like now? I know you can't see all of me, but have we still got lip sync problems, or is that absolutely perfect now? It's a bit blown out, mind you. Well, it is on my screen. So there you are. Afternoon, David. How are you? I'm a bit close there. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Let's zoom back out a bit. Christ. There we go. That's a bit better. I think the Nikon's got the better picture, but then I've got this camera set up for the bench, really. So I could do picture in picture to really confuse the hell out of you. Look. But is the lip sync better on this main camera rather than this one? I don't know. Because the actual audio is connected to this camera. So I've got the radio mic into that camera, and then it goes into the computer, and there's a little bit of a delay. I've got it set about 100 milliseconds delay, I think. But yeah. So let's go back to that one. It'll be interesting to know if that was any better. The Stabalok's been repurposed as a shelf. Of course it has. I mean, you know as well as I do, Chris. If you've got room, you've got to fill it. You can't have any bare worktops. It's got to be full. Yeah, the sync on the main camera's worse. I don't know. I'm getting different messages from everybody. double Graham. But yeah, I can alter the sync a little bit. It's a bit of a pain. I assume I have got audio syncs. Oh, I've only got 15 milliseconds on this one. Perhaps that's what I thought was best. Afternoon, Nigel. How are you? Motion is jump. It is what it is, Wenlock. Unfortunately, we're governed by the internet speed here, and what the computer will output frames per second based on the processor and the graphics card, and the audio is fed through about 2 or 3 different sources, and different cameras have got different audio, so we've got to go with it. I have had a mess with it. I had a mess with it earlier in the week and got it a bit better, but I have optimized it for recording as well now, so I am in the process of recording a video on a CB radio repair, so hopefully that'll be out soon. I've got to remember which camera I'm looking at now. So hopefully the CB radio video will be out soon, if I can fix the thing, that is. At the moment it's a bit poorly, but we can have a quick look at that, but I won't dwell on it too much because it'll spoil the video really. But I do need to get some beer underway. I did have a bit too much last night, as per usual, but you know, it's got to be done, hasn't it? What have we got here? Yeah, strange. I always thought McEwen's was Scottish, but obviously it's not because it's brewed by Marston's. Brewed by Marston's. I didn't realise that. I thought it was some Scottish. McEwen's Champion. But I think I'll have that one first. I'll go in for the strongest first. That's probably not a good idea, is it? But there you go. There you go. Got to be done. The webcam's looking a bit bizarre here. Well, you can see my T-shirt of the day, the Mrs. Cruncher wardrobe. You can see the Mrs. Cruncher wardrobe today, look. I got that a bit low for some reason. That's belly cam today. Ooh, that way. There we go. Belly cam. Gotta love the belly cam. We didn't notice, Sean. We didn't notice. That's, you know, we may have had to mute you at some stage, but you know. Oh dear. Mind you, I think you only got back yesterday, Sean, didn't you? So you needed a bit of an unwind after that ride back. If anyone's wondering what the hell we're going on about, Sean has just come back from a tour of Scotland on his motorbike for the week. Say, if you follow Sean on Instagram, you'll be able to see some of the pictures. There we go. So yeah, McEwen's Champion, cracking beer that is. In fact, I think Sean had one of these last night. So probably what tipped him over the edge. We had 4 of them last night. Okay, hi Scott, how are you? It is Scott. I'm looking at the wrong. I can look at this one now. Scott's in Newcastle merged with Courage, and they started brewing in other breweries. It was called McEwen's Number One when brewed in Edinburgh. Right. See, it says 1856, so I think you're quite right, because I always thought McEwen's was Scottish. But it says Marston's PLC Brewery Road. Brewed and bottled in the UK, so it might still be brewed up in Scotland and then just distributed by Marston's. You'd think they'd mention Scotland on the bottle, though, wouldn't you, really? But I know when I've been up to Scotland, I visited Scotland quite a lot years gone by, mainly Edinburgh. But they used to do Scottish heavy, and I think it heavy. They had different grades of it, didn't they? And it was, I can't remember the different grades now, but I can't remember. It's in there, but you know, it's old age. What can I say? Hi, Video Monkey and Phil Dixon. Hi, Phil. Did get your emails, Phil? Just haven't had a chance to reply yet, mate. I've been busy drilling. That's it. 80 shilling. You've got it, Scott. Brilliant. Yeah, I think it was 70 shilling, 80 shilling, and 90 shilling. I think the 90 shilling was called heavy. I think that's what they called heavy, because I actually brewed some of my own. I got a homebrew kit and brewed some on my own. I must do some more of that. I used to love my homebrew. Not that I want to encourage myself to drink anymore, really, to be honest, but I do like a pint on a Sunday anyway. Your memory's better than mine, Scott. Anyway, let's get my beer sort of safely out of the way. I've got a bit more space on the bench since my clean-up. '90 was a bit forced. Afternoon, Andrew, from rainy Berlin. We had a little bit of rain here this morning. It's a bit overcast again, but it's very warm today. Hence, I've got the shorts on again, so short Sunday. 3M Scotch Ace, Scot-free. Everything's Scottish. Hey, we had a lovely haggis over at the neighbours earlier in the year. Very nice. Bishop's finger. You're having the bishop's finger there, Sean. We don't really want to know that. If that's what you're into, mate, you keep that to yourself, you know. Yeah, everybody loves the bishop's finger. I don't think I've got any finger here. I've got the bishop's tipple, actually. That'll be coming up next. So I haven't got the finger, but I've got the tipple. That's another nice brew, that is. Mrs. Crunch has hooked me up again there with a beer run. In fact, they're all 3 are strong ones today. But yeah, McEwen's Champion is 7.3. Good stuff. Yeah, you really should have reworded that, Sean, shouldn't you? Having bishop's finger here. For anybody that's wondering, bishop's finger is a drink, not the actual bishop's finger. Excellent. Only on a Sunday. Right. So, this next bit really is sort of inspired by someone that sadly isn't making any videos anymore, and that's Mr. TRX Bench, Peter. Used to love Peter's videos, always used to watch them. Really, really good. And I've put a link in the video, in the comments section, in the description of the video, to Peter's video on this RF tap. And if I just share my screen with you, if it'll let me. Let's stick me up picture in picture. So what this basically allows you to do is it allows you to key up directly into test equipment like frequency counters, He's showing a millivoltmeter there, but spectrum analyzers.
Reduce the power.
No, we want to be playing a video. That will really slow my stream down. But yeah, you can see here he's keying up into a scope here to show the waveforms. And when you look through some of the alignment alignment instructions for CB radio and other radio, they ask for you to view the waveform on the scope as you're transmitting. Well, you can't. I mean, Simon did say there is a way you can connect your scope directly to a radio, but I certainly wouldn't recommend doing that. Sticking RF up the up the port of your oscilloscope. So really, you don't want to be directly coupled to it. So this little device lets you key up, and it just takes a sample off of the feeder line. So it's not keying up. And another thing is spectrum analyzer. No, I haven't sadly got a spectrum analyzer. We had this conversation last night in our little group chat, and I have got one of these SDR plays. You're not going to see it here, but yeah, I've got an SDR play there. So the idea is you can get some spectrum analyzer software for this, but it's a very sensitive electronics in there, and it doesn't like any sort of RF fed into the front end of it. Obviously, it's got the aerial signal, but if you stick 4 watts into this, you'll pop it, no problem at all. So the idea of doing this is really just for this, to get it connected up and try and look at some of the signals on a spectrum analyzer. I sadly haven't got a spare grand to buy one, so this will have to do. So it's a poor man's spectrum analyzer, really. It's going to be interesting to see how it works. I've watched lots of videos on it, and it does seem like it'll be more than enough for what I want it for. So yeah, Peter's looking at other waveforms here. I think he looks at SSB audio. So there's all sorts of stuff that you can do with your radio connected to your oscilloscope, as well as obviously spectrum analyzer. And this is a picture of what we're going to build. Let's just pop that bigger. Get rid of me for a minute. It'll take a little while. So this is what we're going to build, and well, what I'm going to build, and what you can build if you want to make one yourself. You can follow along. I'm not really intending this to be an instructional video today, but it's going to be a useful bit of kit for anybody that's got a spare metal project box knocking about. So basically, we've got a ferrite up the top. He doesn't say how many windings he's got on it, but I've sort of counted. It's around about 12. Around about 12 windings he's got on it. And basically, this whole section just sits over the top of the center feed. You've got 2 coaxial connectors either side, and then you've got a BNC coming out the top with a 50 ohm resistor on it to match it to your test kit. There's a variable pot on it as well, so if you need a bigger signal, you can trim it upwards or downwards if it's too strong. And I'm not 100% sure on the wiring of this yet, so I may be after some advice in a minute. And the reason why is because he's connecting this ground to the basically to this metal can, which is also connected to the coax outer. So my thoughts personally were, if you've got any stray RF on the coax, that's going to go into your BNC, into the coax of that, and potentially into whatever you're connected to. So I mean, my idea was to isolate the BNC from the metalwork and run this ground just onto the tab of the BNC. So basically the whole of this is then isolated from the whole of the chassis. It's not connected in any way to the case. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I'm not an RF engineer, and I had a choice of either an insulated or an uninsulated BNC connector, and I went with the insulated one. One of the reasons is because I drilled the hole slightly too big, but we'll go into that in a minute. Right, so let's get back to me a minute. That's what we're going to build. I can see you're all mega excited now about this. Let's just catch up with the yeah. Let me just catch up with the chat. Phil's going to do some videos soon. All right, great stuff, Phil. More the merrier, mate. And I don't know if any of you realise, but one of our own, Mr. Aston has got his own channel. I think we did look at it a little while ago, didn't we? I didn't mention it, but trying to think if I can find my subscriptions on here. Here we go. So yeah, Aston's got a channel going, and I think it's going to be really good, to be honest, because he's a very clever guy. Although he doesn't say that he is, but we all know he actually is. So it's a little plug then for Aston's channel. He's actually got a new screenshot up there as well, a new banner, shall we say? Aston's Vintage Technology Workshop. Look. So let's stick that in the chat for you, if I can find the chat. So there you go, people. Well worth a watch. I believe he's got another video he's just working on at the moment, and I think Aston could also have another job as a voiceover man, because he's got one of them voices. I'll have to get him to voice over something for me, I think. It's good stuff. We've got a video monkey channel as well, have we? Have I got you up on my watches then, Video Monkey? No, we haven't. Look, that's shocking, isn't it? My God. Let's find Video Monkey then. There he is. No, that's not him. Monkey Boo. You'll have to put me a link to your channel in the chat there, Video Monkey, so we can all have a look at it. I thought I was subscribed, you know, unless it's called something else. I say I've got so many channels that I subscribe to. I've got no hope in hell of watching all of them, you know. So anyway, that was Aston's channel anyway. So well worth a watch, and he does a lot of more modern stuff as well, SMD stuff. Yeah, really good, and he's very helpful. He's helped me out quite a lot. So cheers for that, Aston. Does anyone not have a YouTube channel? Yeah, there probably is. Most of us. A ZX, I don't think. A ZX, have you got a video channel? A YouTube channel, even? Wenlock certainly has. I'm not sure about Scott. I don't know if Scott has. Mel, I bought these boxes from RS, Sean. Yeah, I used to get mine from Maplin as well, Benji, but sadly apparently they are online, someone told me the other week. It's fine, don't isolate it. I have isolated it though, Chris, so do I de-isolate it? That's the next question then. Afternoon, Keith, how are you? Gary doesn't know. You have a channel, but not into making. Stuff you work on can't be public. Whoa. All understood, Scott. No more questions asked. Right. Let's get onto the bench and then we'll have a look at the stuff that I've got here, including a couple of the project boxes, Sean. And shorts today, look. Short Sunday. There we go. Disappearing. So I've got a couple project boxes. This one. Let's get the light down a bit more. That's it. Right. This one first. No, this one is too small. I couldn't visualize in my head what size this box had to be. Now these are both from RS. And this is the one I've gone with. As you can see, I've already done some pre-drilling this morning to speed things up because I don't want to be seeing me going out in the garden. And I've also mounted some of the hardware. So I've mounted the BNC, insulated BNC, and I've also mounted the potentiometer. So I'll be interested to know why you're saying don't bother with the you should have all the RF stuff on the same ground. Is that right? Even though this is a transformer, Chris, I should still have it on the same ground, should I? I do use Rapid and I use Mauser, CPC, Farnell and RS. But RS, next day, if you've got an account, you don't get charged for delivery. What's that? That was the little box, I believe. Yeah, I think that was the little box there. I don't know if I've still got the wrapper for the bigger box. No, I don't think I have. But if you want the part number, Sean, I'll let you have that. I'll stick it in the description. The internal box size should be calculated for the size of the through-line conductor. Oh, don't get me on through-line conductors, Chris. So my conductor is just going to be a piece of copper aerial wire. Now these holes, I didn't have anything big enough to drill these holes. The biggest drill bit I had, I think, was 10 mil. So I had to pick up one of these things. And it wouldn't fit in my normal drill, so I've had to go out. I've got quite a big, heavy-duty battery cordless outside. And this goes pretty much from 5 mil up to 35 mil. So that's basically, I've drilled pilot hose and then I've gone in with this and got the right size. It's a beast, that is. It also came with a center punch, which I hadn't got, and one of these like rasp drills, where you can drill through your hole, and then you can just use this as like a file and burr it out. So that all came together. I didn't want that really, but I needed it, and that was quite cheap off of Amazon. Don't worry, only what when you say it will produce a slight impedance bulge. I mean, I'm intending to use this for as much as I can, Chris, so I could use it for my amateur kit as well, to have a look at the waveforms off that. So I could potentially be chucking 100 watts in it on well, 50 watts on VHF, UHF, and 100 watts on HF into this. But primarily it's going to be just for viewing the waveforms on CVs. So here's my toroids. This was a little bit tricky to get the right ones, but I got these on eBay. This is MA Components. I got two, I only need one. and they're a T50/2, but again, all the information for all of this is in Pete's video, so I'm not trying to take the place of Peter here. This is all his brainchild. I'm just copying it. So these BNCs, I mean, this is one of the insulated ones, 50 ohms, and I've had this for years and years. RS components. And that's, again, the variable resistor is only a 1 watt. I think Peter said use a 2 watt, but I could only get 1 watt. And he wanted 22 ohms. This is 25 ohms. But it's a variable, so 22 ohms is in there somewhere. It's 25 ohms maximum. What else have I got? That is one of my resistors. Hopefully that's a 50 ohm resistor, 1%. I can't remember what the watts on that is. I think it's a couple watts that. But again, RS. I think this is the 220 ohm resistor. 220 or no, 22 ohm. So 22, 20. That's supposed to be 22 as well, I think. And that's 50 ohm. Coax connectors, I bought these. These are gold plated, but end of the day they were a little bit cheaper than the 4-hole ones. So I mean, I could connect my ground. I could connect my ground through to one of the connections on this. So they go in. They basically go in there, one either side. Wrong way round. And hopefully I'll be able to get my screws through those, although it's not looking that straight. I literally haven't checked these yet. I've just drilled it and come on in. And I'm going to sleeve the wire. I'm going to sleeve the center wire with, I've got some of this fiberglass sheathing. I'll just slide over the top of that. Just give it a little bit of insulation. So that's the kit to do it with. And the screws, etc. are in there. Let's get those out. Pencil. So I could probably fairly easily convert this to, I mean, I haven't done this up tight, I've only done it up with my fingers for now. But I could easily put that tab against the case and lose the insulator, and that would then make this ground. I was just worried, Chris, that I might get RF coming back the coax, that was all. But I've got some other BNCs here. That's a BNC plug. Let me have a quick look. I've got some others here. I just don't know what. Oh, I may rip the camera power supply off then. I've got some other BNCs. Don't think they'll cover the whole size that I've made in the actual chassis. So I'm gonna have to go with that, I think. End of the day, I'm not trying to get accurate RF measurements. I'm just trying to get a visual representation of the waveform. So I'm going to have to go with that for now. We'll see what it performs like. If necessary, we can alter it around. But I mean, one of these might be connected to here. If that's the case, let's just try that a minute. See if the ground is connected to this bit. Because one of the sides is going to be the earthy side. No, it is isolated from the can. So I've got a floating negative there, really. But I can, like I say, I can just run a wire across and connect it onto the can there. Nice looking box, thank you. I didn't think you could see that from there, Phil. 22 karat gold, it could well be. You missed Tandy. Bulgin are good stuff. I've got some Bulgin stuff here. Hi, well, you see, how are you? Okay, we'll put it in, Chris. So what I'll actually do is I'll run a ground. I'll run a ground wire from one of these tabs and down in onto the nut that goes through here. So I'm going to start. Hopefully you can see my picture in picture's a bit big again, and I need to go smaller. Number 2. Let me go a bit smaller, then I won't be in the picture then so much. There, I'm a baby. I'm up the top. The baby. Let's do it. The microphone's still digging into me. Buy your stuff, Benji. Are you trying to sell stuff on my channel, Benji? I want commission, Benji. Right, let's zoom in a little bit with this one so you can see a bit more what I'm doing. Let's have a look. We need to be probably that way, do we? Yeah, that'll do. There we go. So I'm going to screw this one in first, I think. I've got plenty of washers, and I've gone with these brass screws. Hopefully I won't need to go out and get the drill and drill these back out again. Let's just check that. No, that'll do. Only just though. Probably could do with just elongating a little bit. I might have to just do that because there's a little burr in there where the inside there's these ribs, if you can see that. Of course, you're bound to catch the rib, aren't you, as you drill through it. So let me just get my drill out. So we are going to have to do a bit of drilling live. Hi, Michael, how are you? Fit an SMA socket. Yeah, I've got loads of adapters for SMA as well. So I've got a BNC to SMA, Michael. So we can sort that way, really. So 3.5mm. Hi, Doug, how are you? That now won't shut. I've managed to break some drill bits this morning doing this. A bit too over enthusiastic. So I'm just going to enlarge that slightly. Let's see if that's okay now. It's better. So I'm going to stick a washer on the back of that because it's a bit uneven. And then I'm going to put a lock washer. And then a nut. Hi, George. Where's Dom? You let him out, have you? I wonder what he was on about when he said he's trapped in Mother Russia. Of course, he's been around George's house, collecting contraband. He still likes to use tobacco tins. Surprised I didn't tap the holes. Yeah, surprising, Scott. I didn't tap them because I don't think I've got an M3 tap here. I don't think. I may have, but I don't think so. I just thought I'd go with nuts and bolts, which is going to work out all right because I'm going to need to put a little tag on here in a minute and earth it all out because my isolated BNC idea was no good. That's why I got you guys, so I can ask you, see? If in doubt, ask your audience. It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, isn't it? Ask the audience, because they'll know. Once again, this is fiddly as. But you get the gist of what I'm up to. But yeah, it would have been a good idea. Yeah, it would have been a good idea, Scott. I think you're right to tap the holes, but you never know. On the next one, maybe. I should never need to build another one, hopefully, if this works. There we go. So let's just tighten those up for a minute. The screwdriver. So the plan is to solder this bit of wire into the center there, and then I'll just slip that sleeve in over the center part, and then work all this lot around it. Hopefully it doesn't short out. I'm going to probably need to just put a little S bend in it, but I think that'd be quite a nice little build. That I think that looks nice. You can't see what I'm up to, can you? Let me just put the camera up a bit higher. There we go. Yeah, so I think that'll be quite a nice little build. Certainly substantial anyway. Yeah, I just need to put a slight bend in that to just clear this potentiometer. Ideally, I originally intended to put the potentiometer on the top here and the BNC and have it that way up. The potentiometer was just too big to go in that orientation, and plus the ribbon inside, it would have been a real pain. So I popped it on the lid for now. Okay. So we just need to probably put a little bend in that. A little crank set. That way. The crank set, eh? God, that brings back some memories. Crank sets. Pipe bending. That's in me pipe bending days. Me pipe wangling days. Bring back Tandy. Building an RF tap, Doug. At least that's what Mr. TRX Bench has called it. I'm assuming it doesn't have to be straight. I mean, RF don't go in a straight line, does it? It goes everywhere. Oh, there's plenty around it now. Okay. So I think what I'll do is we'll solder that into there. See if we can get it to balance a bit better, make it soldering easier. Now Now, I have cleaned up the end, as you can probably see, but I'll stick a little bit of flux in it anyway because it is an old bit of copper, this. And let's stick the bigger soldering iron tip in. I might need to drill the other side out, so I'll leave that drill out for a minute. Then hopefully the idea is we can actually test this out on a CB radio. Okay, I think we need to be a little bit hotter than 350. Let's go 390. It's like a bin box. I used to prefer Eddystone boxes. No useless PCB grooves. Yeah, the thing is, I wanted to try and keep the cost of this project down a bit, Michael. Actually, I spent a bit too much recently on stuff, so I keep buying stuff. Still. Actually, let's use some of the big. Let's use the big solder. Oh, please, George, we'll go big. There we go. That's the first one done. Let's let that cool down before we move it. Nice. A bit too close, really. Probably easier to see on the overhead camera, actually. So that's me bit of wire. Yeah, it's cooled down enough now, so I can sort of maneuver it about a bit more. Okay, roughly where it's going to go. Just make sure that my my wire doesn't interfere with the pot, so I can't see anything inside there. Let's get the old head torch on. Get a bit of light inside there. Yeah, miles away, miles away. Okay, so next we need to prepare all this lot. So as I say, I'm going to need to probably bring a wire down onto the thing. So let's do that a minute. Let's just cut a piece of wire, and we'll take Chris's very good advice. Just cut this and put a little terminal connector in, and let me see what I've got. Should have a tag somewhere. Do it nicely. I've got a little box of them here somewhere. There we go. It's my little construction box. So we've got a couple of different sizes. We've got these, which are Maplin. Maplin again, look. That's probably... I do prefer the plated ones, mind you, but I'm just looking at the size. No, they're a bit big, so we'll use the plated ones, which I prefer anyway. And that's these. So they're not shiny. They've got some sort of they're pre-tinned, I think. So there you go. So that's what's going to go in, and they should fit over the top of the M3 screws. Yes, they do. So, shall I put one on that side, being that we've already... Yeah, stick one on there. That'll give us our RF ground then. Let's take these silly goggles off my head. Make your head sweat, they do. How we doing anyway? Everyone okay? Are we falling asleep? Have a swig and just beat you to it. All right, okay, Benji. You'll have to share it though, Benji. We want video content from you. But yeah, I think if you've got a little project on a bit of VeroBoard or something, that would sit in there nicely, wouldn't it? It's a really nice little box, and I only paid, I think it was about £3 something for that. So I'll get you a link in a minute to the actual box that I've used. Although, as I say, I think Chris is saying there's a specific sort of box that maybe you should look at getting. I think what I'll do is I'll solder this on first. Otherwise, what will happen is it'll what I'm trying to say, it'll be difficult to solder because it'll be grounded out on the box. There we go. So let's get back on the overhead camera. You can see a bit better there. All the cameras. I should be all the cameras, no idea, Chris. Toothache. Oh, nice, George. Well, not nice, actually, in fact. Let's get that out of the way for a minute. Gonna have to move this. That's one thing I've got about this Rode microphone, is it's really sharp on the edge inside. It really ought to be a lot smoother than that. I'm gonna have to modify that, I think. I'll have to modify it. Right, let's just take this one out then. I think we'll put the lock washer on top of it and sandwich it in there. Let's just stick that the other way round. And this is purely because I put a different type of BNC connector on. I put an insulated one rather than just a normal BNC straight to the chassis. But I'm glad I asked the question. Okay, there we are, back in business. Right, so let's just bend that one out a little bit. Ooh. Do this one up while we're in here. There we go. We're getting there. So that's my ground sorted. So one side of this has got to go to ground. So this is where we need to be next. So that's not done up yet. Let's tighten that. So actually just move that around a little bit, make the soldering job a bit easier. Bend it up. that done, and this one. Nice. Right, so I think what we'll do is we need to join that one, this one, but I thought we've got to put a resistor in there as well. So let me get my little picture, nice little picture that I've drawn there. It's like a picture of a tree with birdies and children on swings. Right, okay. So, let's wind the toroid next, shall we? Now these are actually quite tiny, and I mean, we had a bit of a laugh because I actually ordered the wrong ones to start with, and they were like dust. They were absolutely miniature. God only knows what I was thinking then. I just got the spec wrong, and I ended up with something really miniature. So there we are, that's our toroid, and I'm just going to use some solid equipment wire to wind this, because I need to try and get 12 turns around that thing. So let's unravel a bit of this. And again, I don't know what size wire I should be using for this. There's no indication, but I'm just going on the size of that and the fact that I'm not going to be chucking, I don't think I'm going to chuck 100 watts through this, but you never know. It is a transformer end of the day. It's not really carrying any high voltages. I'm not sure what the amperage would be actually going through that. I wouldn't have thought it'd be a lot, but then, as I say, what do I know? Right, so I need to get 12 turns in this, really. Again, I've not wound a transformer before, or balun, or whatever you want to call it. So that's going to be my starting point then. Have I left myself enough? It's like sewing, isn't it? So how many have I got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm on the halfway mark. I reckon I'm okay. So how are we doing now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're just going to get it in. 10. 11. And in and around once more, and that's our 12. There, isn't that pretty? It's pretty. Let's cut that off. It's like a polo, doesn't it? It's a pretty thing. Hi Spanky, how you doing? Back on the road after 4 years. Pardon me. Hi Rajendra, how are you? So if anyone's just joined and they want a quick refresh, we're making an RF tap courtesy of a TRX bench, and the link to the video is in the description of this video. So if you want to follow along at a later date, just click on the link and it'll take you into Peter's excellent video. So I don't know how tight these need to be. So that's my RF tap, and that's what's going to go over this wire, over the wire. So let's just snip that off level there a minute. So that's going to basically sit over the wire there. And hopefully I've left enough wire to connect up to all this lot. So let's pop this little bit of insulation on. I don't know if you need this or not, but I know Peter in his shows insulated wire, so I'm going to insulate it. I suppose over time, if it rubbed through, could potentially cause a problem. Got that very smooth, have I? Again, this insulated stuff I've got from RS. You think they'll start sponsoring me soon, wouldn't you? There, so that's looking a bit nicer, isn't it, with the insulation on it. So really, once I've popped that on there, I can probably fix this up, and then I can finish soldering up this with that in place. I think that's a good idea. Cool, I cut that just right, didn't I? That was more luck than judgment. So I'll just roughen up this edge again, because again it's a little bit tarnished. Let's use a bit of emery paper. I've been meaning to build this for weeks and weeks, and I keep sort of getting there and not getting there, and then I haven't got this bit and I haven't got that bit, and finally last Sunday everything arrived to do it, so here we are. Right. A bit too close up for this little bit, so let's get the screws lined up, and they're going to need going over again with the drill. Any stray bits of metal floating about in there. All fingers and thumbs today. Scott's saying if you've got a 1 to 12 transformer and it perfectly couples, then you'll get 1/12 of that, so 120 milliamps. Good stuff, Scott. So with our normal sort of CB of sort of say 4 or 5, maybe 6 watts before it's been trimmed down, we're going to be next to no ampage there, aren't we? But then do we want to be putting 120 milliamps into our test keyer? I don't know. This is actually coming together quite nicely. I was a little bit apprehensive Obviously this is all done live. I've never done this before. But it's looking all right. And that that sheathing is I don't know if you can see that, multi-comp. I bought that really for doing radio work, but it's come in handy for this project. Tell you what, these are a pain in the neck trying to get this connected up. Not tight at all. What do you mean, George? That my windings aren't tight? Do I need my windings tighter? No way it's going to perfectly couple. The loss in the air is going to know most of it out. Null. Oh, knock most of it out. Oh, the windings don't have to be tight. Okay, George. I didn't think they had to be overly tight. Get off. Go up that way. Go up there. Go up there with your mate. Thank you. Come on, get on in that. So I'm mullering these up fairly tight. I've got brass screws as well, so they shouldn't corrode. So there we are. There's our little RF-y bit, our little transformer. So you can see now that the signal will come in one end and out the other. Right, let's get this soldered up. Getting a bit of flux because of our mucky wire. Let's clear the workspace again. I'll try and do this so as you guys can see it, but and girls. Come on. There she goes. A bit more. Yeah, I don't want to make it straight, George, because of the fact I've got this whopping great potentiometer in, and I want to get a bit of clearance between that and it. So, and it's going to stay like that, unfortunately. If I had a bigger box or a different configuration, if I could have gone in the top, it would have been dead straight. But it's going to have to be offset a little bit to cope with this. So that's the reason. Okay. So let me have a think now. What do I need to do? We need to couple that into there, and we need one side of our resistor and one side of our resistor and one side of the potentiometer. So we can pop the resistor straight across. I mean, I've gone a bit mental with the size of resistor on this. And this is our 22 ohm resistor. Seems a bit excessive, doesn't it, really? But, you know, I can't remember what the wattage of these was now, but I think they're probably about 3 watts. So that's going to go across our potentiometer. Now just make sure that is 22 ohms. I can check with my little calculator, can I? Courtesy of Derek. Hi Phil, how are you? So what have we got? We've got, let's say, red, red, black, gold. Black, gold. Ah. Red, red, black, gold. 22, 5%. There you go. Good bit of gear that. Thank you very much, Derek. So how's this best orientated? I think I've got enough space there. Got enough clearance to mount that underneath. Yep. I think what I'll do is I'll just pop that in through there. Let's get me bearings as to what I'm doing here. That can sit in there. Let's go with the overhead camera again so you can see what I'm doing. So that's our 22 ohm resistor. And it says basically the wiper needs to go to ground. According to that, which I'm a bit confused about, but I suppose yes then, okay. Sort of confused, but not quite confused, if you know what I mean. So what have we got we can use for that? Just a bit of hookup wire. So that's to ground. Mustn't forget our little transformer. It's got to be linked into all this lot as well. And our little earth piece. So let's cut that off as well. Our chassis earth. It's got to go in there, so we use this side as our ground. Just change tips again because that one's way too lumpy for what we need. I don't need 390 now either. It was the batteries, Derek. It literally was the batteries, mate. I put in some decent new batteries and it was fine. So it literally was just the battery. Come on, there's room for 2 in there. Tell you what. There we go. Oh, you're going to come back out again, are you? Should easily be room for 2 in there. There we go. So that's that. Now one side of this toroid needs to be connected in as well. Let's come out a little bit. Let's have another swig of beer while I think about this. No, I'm not going to learn it. I'm finding it a useful bit of kit, Derek. I keep forgetting I've got it. That's the trouble. I keep forgetting I've got it. Right, so one side of this needs to go to that. I don't think it'll hurt to keep these wires fairly long, will it? I think probably a good idea to keep them the same length though. So I suppose you could even key up into your multimeter, couldn't you? If you want to read off meter readings. So that's one side to there, and the other side needs to go to the earthy side. We haven't got enough room in there, so I'm going to have to go into there. The other side. And that one can go down into there as well. I'll tell you what, it's certainly gets your mind going doing something like this. At the end of the day, this is something that anybody can build, I suppose. It's quite a straightforward little project. So yeah, assuming you could connect it up to a multimeter and read off your peak levels, etc. on that. Okay, so let me think. That's correct. So I've got all of those grounds joined together, so I should have the transformer, I should have the resistor, and one side of the pot all connected together. Right, let's get that soldered up to start with. Then we've got our grounds done. Oh, I see. And the next. Right, that's all of our grounds done. Snip that one off. Actually, no, it's not, is it? I've got to connect this center tap to ground as well. Then he forgot that. I'm not sure if that's right. I mean, Doesn't seem logical to me, but I don't know what I'm doing, so it's all going to be illogical to me. Oh, I hate that when the wire burns back. Should use a bit of that silicone wire, shouldn't I? Okay. So this side is where our 50 ohms comes in. So that goes straight to the center of the BNC via a 50 ohm resistor. So here's our 50 ohm resistor. So that goes in that way. Definitely reckon I got the shakes today. So I blame Chris for that. A little bit lower. I think that'll do it. I just put that on for posterity. If anyone, well, let's not copy it yet, in case it don't work. Cheers, everybody. Well, snip that off. Snip the back bit off without cutting the wire. Hang on, we've got a spare one. Hang on, Graham, come on. Sort yourself out. We've got to connect that into that as well. So that should have gone into there. It's got to go in before the 50 ohms. Right, okay. Nearly made a boo-boo there, didn't we? Can't go having any spare wires. No one spotted it though, did they? No one said oi. There's me forceps. Hi Andy, how are you? Right. Right, centre pin. Hi Bob. It is an RF sampler, Bob. A new design. Don't tell me I got it wrong. It's not a new design. It's from TRX Bench, Bob. You need to have a look at the description of the video. It's all in there. So that is it, so to speak. So we've got our transformer. Again, I've done 12 turns on that. We're earthed. All the negatives are connected together. Coming out with our signal in through 50 ohm to the BNC, which is grounded to, yeah, there we go. That is about it, people. So we've got to now try and get it all back in nice and neatly. It looks a pretty industrial bit of kit, doesn't it? Welcome, Bob, anyway. So yeah, this is a kit, a project that TRX Bench did, basically to sample RF using delicate test instruments. The only thing I haven't got is a knob. No comments on that. Oh. Yeah, I've got to find myself a knob. It's TRX Bench's design, but butchered up by me. Yours truly. Again, it doesn't matter which way round this is connected in circuit, really. I don't need to mark it as in or out or anything else, but there you go. I'm quite pleased with that, if it works. If is the operative word, isn't it? So a bit of a tidy up then. Sort me drill out, catch up with the chat. Check nothing is shorted before you connect it up. Yeah, good call, Scott. We'll do that in a minute. Just let me have a bit of a tidy up. Get everything put back away where it belongs. Test it. I'm going to, Bob. Don't you worry. I didn't build it to look at it. It's going to hopefully be used quite a lot. Right, get in there and make sure the test gear is 50 ohms terminated. It's only going to be connected up to the scope, really. I don't think the scope, maybe frequency counter and the SDR. Scott, do I need to worry about anything like that? You get me concerned again now. Just when I thought it was safe to go back in the water. Right, knob. What have we got knobbage wise? I've got a chicken head knob. Ideally it wants to be a round one, doesn't it? And it's 1/4 inch. Square. Ah well, we'll have to find a knob for it at a later time. I haven't got one here to hand, I don't think. Ideally it wants to be round. I've got chicken head knobs. Could chuck a chicken head knob on it for now. Let's find a chicken head. See if I can find a chicken head knob. Now I did find some earlier when I was looking, but I was looking for something else. I wasn't looking for chicken head knobs. So highly unlikely that I'll find them now, but you never know. Am I feeling lucky? No. Lots of random stuff in here, including Benji's on about bulging plugs. There's I've got a load of bulging plugs here. Anybody ever needs any bulging plugs, let me know. Monster. 50 volts. Right, next box. I'm going to go deep into the archives now. I've got some CB knobs. I wonder if any of those are splined shafts. Look at that. That's a bit of a monster, isn't it? Oh, that's very industrial. Ah, what about that? No, that's piddly, isn't it? It's got to be that one, isn't it? Look at that. It's got to be that one. Bit over the top, but you know, I like that. These are brand new as well. I don't know where I've got these from. Again, I've got lots of random stuff. Look at that. Excellent. It's all finished. Right, we want to test for shorts then. Let's hope we haven't got any shorts, but Scott's quite right that we ought to check it before we connect it up to anything. So there's my 50 ohms across the BN sealer. That's pretty bang on, isn't it? So it shouldn't have any connection to the case from the center. I've got 50 ohms still. 50 ohms. That's connected. That's connected. Should have no connection from there to there. No, that's open circuit. So there's no connection from the coax center to the BN sealer. That's the key. That is absolutely open, and we've got our 50 ohms. There. Good stuff. Looks like we're good to go. Is that good to go, Scott? Got me worried now. What can we connect to then? Let's get a CB radio. What have we got here? What have we got here? We've got the Rotel. Rotel 240. Zoom back out a bit now. Come Oh, just looked into the light there and blinded myself. You think that's right. So when I'm going to connect this up, now what the hell have I done with that? I put that somewhere safe, didn't I? No, I put it somewhere so safe that I can't find it now. I wasn't going to use a patch lead in between, I was just going to go directly to that socket with an adapter. But Sod's Law has struck once again and decided that that's not going to be the case. Let's see what we've got here. 13.8. That's good, that's the power. Ah, there it is. I know I had it somewhere. So this is a PL259 to PL259. So the idea is we stick that on the back. Should we go around that way? Yeah, probably better around that way, isn't it? Install it via an SWR meter. Now, do you want the SWR meter after this? You want the SWR meter on the back end of this, yeah? Look at that, it's a monster on the back. There's a monster on the back. So we want the SWR meter between the RF tap and the radio. So I've got to stick a dummy load on the end as well. Okay, let me hook that up a minute then. Let's move some of this stuff a bit further away. Let's get some patch leads hooked up a minute, bear with me. Okay. Get this camera over here so you can see what's going on. Actually, no, I'll get that one over here. Let's get that over here. It's a little bit close, really, but come on, try and get so much stuff jumping through on. Okay, So that's the setup, look. So I'm connected on this side of the meter. So I'm going to connect that to the RF tap. So what's the purpose of this then? Just to see that we've got a 1-to-1 SWR with the thing. Good call though, that's Chris. You sweep your taps with a VNA. Sounds like a song, Chris. Right, let's see if I can get this in the camera shot a bit better for you. Forward. Okay, right, that should be good to go now. Let's get a microphone. What are we cybing at? According to that, I've got a mega high SWR. Hang on, referred. What's going on there then? Referred power. It seems to me that I'm getting That's a bit strange. What's happening? What's happening? Dummy load. Dummy load is connected, look. Let's take that off and stick the dummy load. Unless we've got a dodgy patch lead here, but let's stick the dummy load directly in the antenna socket. Try that again. So I think you've got to calibrate. Let me have a think here. Power. So that's my power, 4 watts, that's correct. SWR, forward. Referred. According to that, forward and referred power are the same. Let's just try taking that cable out and putting the other one in. Again, I've made these cables up myself many, many years ago, but they are pretty old now. Try another cable. There's no point connecting the RF tap in if if we haven't got a decent SWR. I mean, the SWR should be nothing, because we've got a 50 ohm terminated dummy load on it. Right, okay, that's still not performing. Let me just try another meter then. Let's just get a cheapy one up. I mean, to be fair, I've got the RF analyzer, the antenna analyzer. I could just connect it up to that, really. I'll do that in a minute. Let's try a bog basic Uncle Altai. So, that's the antenna. So stick the 50 ohm dummy load in the antenna. Connect that to the radio. No, that's not good. Let's try my dummy load then. Maybe my dummy load is the issue. It's not even connected, Doug. It's not connected. I'm just trying to check the SWR. What was I going to do then? Different dummy load. It might be my dummy load's shorted. I might have bashed it or something. Let's chuck a massive dummy load in it, just for the hell of it. Unless there's something up with the radio that's messing the SWR up. It could be the radio. Hi, Brett. Yeah. Something up with my dummy load then. What's going on with that? Wow. Let me have a look at my dummy load a minute. So it should be 50 ohms across it. And it is 50 ohms. What is up with that then? Oh well, we try again. We'll try again. Let's zoom out a little bit. I've got absolutely no space here at all now. So now we'll try what we were going to do in the first place. Let's just double check that again. So forward power, hit the button, calibrate it. Referred power, SWR, nothing. Not even moving. So let's now connect the tap. Let's tap into the tap. I'll still keep this one because it's connected up. Right, we are tapped. Tap the tap. And the tap into the dummy load. It's added a little bit to the SWR, but not a lot. If we stick my antenna analyzer on it, we'll be able to see, we'll be able to actually see the impedance of it. Hi, GNU. Here's a beauty, Chris, that one. Put the CB on the low power. So if we stick that onto my antenna analyzer, I need a N-type to 239 adapter, which is on the back of my other SWR meter there. No, it's not. That's... Where's my N-type to 239 gone? There's one on here. No, that's N-type to BMC. Right, bear with me. I'll turn that off for a minute. I've got to find my connector. I need N-type to PL259, which I do have those here somewhere. There. No. Never there when you want them, are they? Sneaky little connectors. God. I got N-type to BNC. Right, let me see if I can find some adapters here somewhere. Bear with me. You don't think that's too bad then, Scott? I've got N-type. Here we go. I'll have to use my test cable. I'm adding a lot more length into it, that's the only thing. Let me think, what am I trying to do here? What are you trying to do here, Graham? You're trying to connect into that, into a dummy load, but that's bound to be 50 ohms, isn't it? Oh. I've got 2 or 3 here somewhere, Chris. If you just pop one up in the post, that'd be great. It should get here before the stream ends. Right. So I'm connected up now. Obviously not via the radio anymore. Oh. So that's pretty much, I mean, turning that ain't going to change it, is it? So it's not far off of saying it's 53 ohms. On the scale it's reading 40 something, but oh, hang on, I need to be 27 megs, don't I? It's a little bit high. So it's about 62 ohms impedance, and if you can see that or not, I think the light's there we go. I mean, I can use this as a frequency counter, actually. It's got a frequency counter input, BNC. So we could key up into this, using this to measure the frequency. Just so as you can see it for now. And then we can try it with the scope in a minute. Let me think then, let's just turn that off a minute. I don't really want to blow this up, but you know, if you don't try. Let's get a BNC lead. About a 50-foot long BNC lead now. You don't want that picture-in-picture on anymore, really, do you? So let's connect up to the frequency counter side of this one. Let's go into the RF tap. And that needs to now be connected to the radio. Oh, come on. Done that a bit tight ground, didn't you? Right, let's zoom out a little bit further, although you're going to want to see what's going on. Let's put that on top, still scratching at the top of my radio. Let's put that on top of there. Let's turn the radio back on. Let's go to low power. So, can you see that? Frequency counter. So, where are we on this? I don't know. So, if we go somewhere around about mid-range, so if I key up, wow, it's working. It is working. Let's get you in a bit closer. So if I key the mic, 27621. What channel am I on? 3. So let's go to channel 20. Should be 791. Seven 905. Let's try gate time. It's not the best frequency counter on the planet. It certainly isn't calibrated against anything. It's supposed to be 79125. But it is working, so that means we can try it in the scope. Let's just flick it to high power as well. See if we can fry it. Still seems to be working on high power. Okay, so far so good. Let's go to the scope. Let's key up into the scope on low power to start with. We can see what the variable tap does, if anything. And what we won't be probably having time to do today is testing it as a spectrum analyzer sniffer, because I haven't downloaded or configured or anything the software yet. I haven't had a chance, so The next test then is into the scope. I'll go into the digital scope. Let me get some of these leads out of the way. Other bits of junk that are in the way. What are we on? Channel 1, we want channel 2, channel 1 off, channel 2 on, AC. Okay. Oh, hello. Got power lead issues. Let me just do that. Thought it was arcing a little bit as well. Okay, to the scope. So let me think what we're going to do camera wise here. It's all happening. It's all happening. Let's get this one to the scope. Let's see if we can view anything on the scope. It's a bit drunk, but don't worry about that. So let's key up. We're on low power. See a bit of a waveform there. Let's go high power. Okay, and up and down on our tap. That's working. Let's just increase the amplitude of that. Whoa! Oh, we have a waveform. Look at that. So we can. Yeah. I don't think it'll do deviation, will it? I don't know. So we can now key up into the scope. What are we saying? I've been neglecting the chat because I've had my head stuck in that trying to get it to work. Need to investigate why my dummy load isn't working in a minute. Oh, not in a minute. Have you got 50 ohm termination on the scope? I don't know, Scott. How do I find that out? A bit of is the big bit of non-impedance matched copper wire in the middle of the case. Are you saying I should have used the center of the coax or something, Scott? I mean, what are we on here? Go to measure, peak to peak, and frequency. 277914 it says according to that. 560 millivolts peak to peak. So that's going to be perfect for trimming the first two cores on transmit, really. You think I can improve the SWR by playing with the position of the toroid? But we're not measuring the toroid, are we? The toroid isn't even in circuit when we're testing the SWR, surely. Literally SWR is straight through that center wire, using the outer case as the ground, well, what would be the coax outer. So let's catch up with the chat. I'm still going back through it. It doesn't say 400 volts category 1. Doesn't say what they're terminated as, Scott. I mean, I'm not going to damage the scope, surely. I mean, that's all I need, surely. That's, as long as I'm not going to damage the scope, and I can see a waveform that I can alter by trimming it, I think that's all I need. It's purely for aligning. I'm not looking to take any any readings off of it. I'm just peeking stuff. So if we whip the cover off of this one a minute. I have put this one down as done, but if I just whip the cover off this, I will probably stick this one on my website, because I've got a York 863 coming as well. So there's only so many CBs you can have, really, isn't there? The voltage calibration will be wrong when I sweep the frequency. So what you're saying is I should put a T-piece on it with a dummy load, although my dummy load for some reason is doing bizarre. Just going to get this on just to see if we can, I mean, I can easily terminate it with I've got a BNCT, and I can sort out another dummy load, although for some reason this one's not working at the moment. The dummy load's giving very high SWR. Okay, so let me just get the alignment data, and we'll just have a look to see if we can actually alter the waveform by trimming it. Because part of the part of the alignment data where are we? Let's just get myself straightened up a bit. RF driver adjustment is what I'm looking at. Where are we? There. So it says apply 9 volts, set the unit to transmit, select the channel selector 20, connect synchroscope or oscilloscope to the antenna, adjust T2, 3 and 4 for maximum waveform on scope. So that is really what I'm trying to do by doing this. So go down to 9 volts. So that is literally all I'm doing. Okay, so I need to get myself another dummy load. Tony, how you doing? What an entrance, that man. So the ones that we've got to adjust then, so we'll try this, T2, 3 and 4, those three there. I don't think you can quite see them. Let's just get the camera sorted a minute. Over that way a bit more. There we go. You can sort of see them if I move it. Used to move it that way a bit. Okay. So that's the three cores there that it's asking us to do on a scope, these three. I will do a 50 ohm termination on them. I mean, if someone can look that up if you want to. Probe compensation. What is it? It's an ON MSO 8202T. Menu. Bandwidth, probe inverted. I'll leave it on measure. I'll look at that. I don't think it's going to hurt for the purposes of this. So if I key up, channel 20, key up, got a waveform. Let's just get that so as we can see it a bit easier. Let's get me twiddler. Let's just see if we can just trim those and see if it makes any difference on the scope. It certainly is. And the last one. So you can certainly find a peak on it. So that one sounded a bit crunchy there. To be honest, that's easier than looking at there we go, that's peaked. It was pretty much there, to be fair. It was pretty much there. So that's for the RF driver adjustment as per the instructions. I did get a little tiny bit of a peak more. I'll reconnect it to my test set now and just have a look to see what we're doing power wise. But certainly that's working. I don't want to connect it to. We can connect it to my Rayco. Let's just go up to the Rayco counter. Where are we? That is definitely 50 ohm terminated. It says so on the says so here. Input B is 50 ohms. Input A, I can have either 50 or 1 meg. So if we put input A, let's just put that on minimum for a minute. And let's swap the lead over into the scope, into the frequency counter. And that is a pretty accurate counter, to be fair. That has been calibrated against the standard, but oh, hang on, I'm still on. It's still got that for some reason. Gate time. Why has it stored that then? Uh, 50 ohms, sine, filter, attenuator. that's 1 second now. Where's the gate button? No gate. Okay, oh, I did have a read in there and now I haven't. Why is that then? Ah, okay. I had my RF tappy thing down too low, so I can actually virtually turn it off by turning that. There you go. For some reason that's sticking when I'm dekeying. It's definitely not Rob, is it? I totally agree with what you're saying. I don't know why my why this is holding it. Whether I've got some setting still on. Didn't have it on hold, did I? I might have had it on hold. No. 7 volts RMS. Max 10 to 160 megs, that's fine. Yeah. Ratio. Anyway, I need another beer. That's the conclusion I've come to. So that is, for what I'm going to do, that is fine. And I could play about with that. Oh, I'm still on 9 volts there as well. Let's just connect it back up to the test kit then. Let's get rid of all this paraphernalia everywhere. So that's what I wanted it for. It's going to come in really useful for hopefully aligning these CBs. Got to thank Peter for the idea. I don't think that you can have a spectrum analyzer with this. I have read through the instructions. There is if you've got the adjacent power meter option, then you can do harmonics, which unfortunately I haven't got that. Should have really got that. Could have done with that, to be fair, but at the time I didn't know, and it's too late now, isn't it? But I do have issues with it sticking from time to time, which is a bit unusual. So let's go with the Bishop's tipple, I think, now. It's time for the tipple with the Bishop. Let's get the most important Weira tool in the box, the opener. Yeah, I think you're on about the, not this model, George. There's another Stablock, is it a WaveTech or something that's got a scope on it? Right. Just going to connect back up to the test set. Just check that all is okay and that I haven't bumped that power up anymore. So I need to pull the power back anyway because this one is very slightly high. I can't remember whether I did. No, I did do the low power on this one because I went back in afterwards and did it. So we're already good. We're on channel 20. Channel normal. Right, what am I doing now power wise? 4.21 watts, so it has gone up. Obviously Stabilock's not warmed up yet. So let's leave that to warm up a minute before we do any altering. So let's get me back picture in picture. So it's going to be darker. Okay. Yeah, the idea, Doug, is that I'm going to connect my SDR play to it. I need to work out all the leads, etc. yet, and I've got to download the software, but there's spectrum analyzer software for the SDR receiver. So I should be able to use that, I'm hoping. If I can't, then I'm going to have to think again about getting something else. I don't know. I don't really want to go to the expense of getting a spectrum analyzer, to be honest. Yeah, the 415's, the 4015 is nice. You sure you don't want to let me have that, Chris? I'll have mountains of test equipment then, won't I? I've got too much as it is, really. I've got enough for what I need to do. I think I've probably got more than I need. I should put the SDR play next to me. It won't need to make a direct connection. Okay. Well, it's the idea is that's indirect, Chris, isn't it? That's the whole point of that. Is it's an indirect. It's a transformered connection to it. And I think it's anti-clockwise, wouldn't it, to turn it down and clockwise to turn it up. I'll have to mark that on it when I... So that'll be another video for a later date. Spectrum analyzer using the RF tap on the SDR play. Because, I mean, the videos that I've seen of people using those, Chris, with the spectrum analyzer, they all use, I think it's a 40 dB attenuator. I see what you're saying. One day I'll get it wrong and key up into the thing. I know what you're saying. But at least the only connection I've got to that box is the BNC. I can't get mixed up, and I haven't got 3 BNCs on it that I can connect up to anything. So I think I'm going to gain on that. You know, that's going to be a godsend. So yeah, the fact I've got the two SO239 sockets, the only BNC I've got is that one. So that's the only output from this to the SDR or anything. So I think that's going to be pretty safe for the SDR. I'm confident. But yeah, no, that I'm pleased with that. That's really exceeded my expectations. It's all fitted into that little box. Like Doug says, I can mess about probably with a toroid and get it in a better position. You know, literally it's just hacked across. It's not in any particular position. The cable's not straight. I've got a bend in it to go around the body of the potentiometer. But for what I've just used it for, is what I want it for, really. Is just to do that little alignment job and to be able to use the SDR as a spectrum analyzer. So I'm well pleased with that personally. That did the job. Free test gear giveaway. Okay, so you're saying basically that it will be leaking so much RF, your SDR will sniff out any transmitter in the room. Rigo makes a decent spectrum analyzer. I know, it's $700. It's a damn sight dearer than that. Did you, George? I might have had a couple sips too much of rum for that, George. But the Rigo one is good, Doug, to be fair, and certainly they're damn sight dearer than $700 over here. Because really, with a spectrum analyzer and CB, you're looking for a clean carrier, you know, your fundamental, without too much sort of lobes on the side, so a nice smooth fundamental, and you want to be looking at the harmonics down further, 50 odd megs. I can't remember the other harmonics, but I think 54 is the first one, or the second one, and then it goes on and on from there. I've got it all written down somewhere, but I don't know why that. Why on earth would that not be working then? It's showing as 50 ohms, but when I stick it in line, it's showing a high SWR. So I'm not sure why that is. I mean, there's there's 200 ohm resistors in parallel there to give 50. They're both 5 watts. One is connected to the center, one is connected to the shield. So, sorry, to the body. So I'm really not sure why that's not performing as a dummy load. 560, is it? Oh well, that's not bad, Scott. That's not bad. I'll have to set up a what's it? A Just Giving or something like that. A spectrum analyzer fund. Yeah, spectrum analyzer fund I need. So I've got to stop using that dummy load now till I investigate that a little bit further. You've got a Spectrum cloud base in the loft, even got the Angel interceptors with it. Oh, you've totally lost me there, Tony. You think the Sigilant is the best low-cost spectrum analyzer at the moment, but not cheap? George, that's 99 pence towards it, look. Cheers, George. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'll have to get a little book, won't I? And we'll have a spectrum analyzer fund. You've got a ZX Spectrum. I don't know. I can key up into it for you, Andrew. If you want to send it over, I'll connect it up and key into it. See what happens. Oh, Captain Scarlet, is it? Oh my God. Shows I'm not up with Thunderbirds. I'm not up with Thunderbirds, Tony. SIG. Very good. Hey, how's it all going, Spanky, anyway? You got that, is it Portadine? That's all put to bed now, isn't it? I think you sorted that one. Yes. 950 for the first one with the tracking generator. Is that a Sigilant, is it? Yeah, brilliant. No worries, Spanky. Sorted. Right, so we were going to have a look at this, weren't we? I can't remember what I was going to do now. I was going to trim it, wouldn't I? Because we're over. We're over now. I was just letting it warm up a bit. So it's supposed to have about half an hour warm up. So I think that was a success. I'm not sure what the scope is terminated at. I don't know. I'd need to look it up in the book, Scott. It might be 50 ohm terminated. I don't know. Is the answer to that. The bottom one, does that say? Bottom one is 1 mega ohm. So my other scope is 1 mega ohm. Tracer. Right, okay, let's have a go again. Let's turn that down. Amplitude, let's go 10 microvolt. Right. 20, where am I? Okay. How are we going to do this again then? We get too close because it blurs it out with the webcam. Excuse me, let's get rid of me. I've got too much stuff everywhere now, this is the problem. So a bit of stabber lock action for you, you can see the bottom of it there. Right, so the frequency has changed. According to this, I'm 244 hertz out. So let's just bring that onto frequency a minute first, if I can find, excuse me, leaning over the camera. Just bring that into frequency. No, that's not reaching. Hang on, we're not on counter, are we? It's better, let's try that again. Other way. So still 4.16 watts. I need to find my twiddler for that, so I believe, let me just get the anti-clockwise to obtain 4. So hopefully you can still see that, yeah. It doesn't seem to do, it doesn't seem to want to do in between. Okay. So there we are. We're back on frequency. Yeah, we're back on frequency pretty much. Just wavering between 25 and 26. As it warms up, it will change. 4.03 watts. I don't think we're going to get in trouble for that, really. And deviation. Deviation seems a bit low. Let's just have a look at deviation. RV6. RV2. Let's just do that one a minute. That's in there. Sorry, I'm in front of it again, I know, which is horrible because I looked at that the other day on one of the videos. I have got a tone generator here, but hang on, if I got the mic gain turned up, that would help. I haven't got the RF gain turned up either. That's fine. No, that's fine. I didn't have the mic gain. I didn't have the mic gain turned up. That was what it was. Hi, Bill. How are you? Selena, Sean, you're back. Where did you disappear to? Nobody cares at all about the power. Thank you, George. So there we are. I can put the case back on that one yet again. Let's just get rid of that picture-in-picture. What am I running over? I'm running over all sorts of wires again. So let's put the cases back on this one yet again. Yeah, Mike! Welcome, mate. I was only saying the other day, where had you gone? But someone said you've been on holiday. Trying to refurb 4 radios, Mike. And I'm Michael Hyde. How you doing, mate? You've been on holiday, I think, Mike, haven't you? Tell us all about it. Right, let's just put the case back on because this radio is done. It was done before, but it's done even better now. So I don't think there's many radios that get that sort of treatment. Obviously, Mr. UKCB Radio Servicing is the main man. What was it? I called him the other day. Yeah, the godfather of CB radio servicing. So there you go. Yeah, so if you're watching, Richard is the godfather of UK CB radio servicing. Well, he is UK CB radio servicing. He is the man. I'm sure you'll like that. But, good channel, people. That's where I got a lot of my enthusiasm for doing these old radios. The other was Chris. He's partly to blame as well, Mr. All the Gear, No Idea, because he started it all off when he bought that AM radio in to have a play with. That sort of inspired me to dig a load of my radios out and send him some of them as well. And watching Richard's channel, which I've followed for many years actually, just rekindled my interest in them. And there we go, that's where I am now. Keep buying the blimmin' things. So spectrum analyzers are us next then, really. So I believe Mr. Spires is going to be getting one of these in soon. This one just needs a little bit of a clean-up. I put a brand new channel change knob on. I had some brand new old stock Rotel knobs, and the old one was a bit ropey. All the paint had rubbed off. I have put a new one on here as well. I've got a couple more new ones. Some of them are quite worn. But as I say, I'll give that one a clean up and then I'll stick it on my website. It's got a little bit of scratching on it, but you know, it's been used, which is great. And it's got a sticker saying Rotel 240, done. Oh right, sorry. I'm sure somebody said that you were going away for a bit, Mike. No worries though. Needs a bit of beeswax on the cabinet. Beeswax. Right. Selena, we were going to look at. Let's turn the test set off. Ah. Selena Vega. Let me just sort the cameras out a minute because we don't need the camera on the test set anymore. Let's go back to the bench. Oh, hello. That's the wrong camera, wasn't it? That was the wrong camera. So this is Tony, who joins us from time to time. It's Selena Vega that I've had for way too long, and had a full recap, and now doesn't work. I found one of the faults is at the moment it says V5 on the circuit board, but it's actually a diode. The other thing I've got to be careful of, I don't know the orientation, but what I was going to do, I was going to just snip that one off and pop. Someone said, I think it was Andrew actually, Mr. Andrew Alsfa was saying that 4148 will do the job. It's a silicon planar diode, allegedly. Now I have got one. Let's get in. Where am I? I'm down here. So at the other side of the radio. Yeah, you can just see him sneaking in underneath there. Underneath those two cans. Center of the screen there. If I get the light down a bit closer. Just there. That one is shorted. It is shorted. Ever play with your Midland 150? How did you get on with that, Tony? Did you get it up and running? I think that is an AM set. I'm not overly experienced with messing with AM sets, but I'm sure I could have a look at it. But it obviously isn't a legal radio. So yeah, that's the issue that I found so far, and I'm sure there's other issues with it, but certainly that is shorted. Now let me just show you that. Let's just come back a bit. Let's find the meter. And that's going to totally obscure it now, isn't it? Obscuro. The camera work is legendary on this channel. You've never seen nothing like it. It's the business. Where are we? Okay. Can only pick up the continent, yeah. Okay, so diode mode. Obviously, if I touch the probes together, it acts like a buzzer on, like a continuity tester. But with a diode, you should get it You should get a reading one way. As you can see, that's a very low reading. If I reverse the probes, I shouldn't get a reading, or I should get a different reading. So that one is absolutely shorted. Just to prove that, here's one that I prepared earlier. Here's one that I prepared earlier. So same diode down the bottom here. Shorted that way. And nothing that way. Hang on, what's going on? Hey, come off of it. Oh, well, that's blown that right out the window, unless that one's gone as well. What? Well. What is going on today? I swear when I tested this the other day that diode was fine. Cheers. Cheers, Sean. Where's my nick on that? Oh, okay. Thank you, Sean. Good man. So yeah, not really sure what's going on there. Let's try that again. Why would that be shown as a short? That's totally confused me now. And this radio has been sat with its back off for a while and it's gathered a fair bit of dust. So I must blow that out before I try turning the turret tuner, otherwise I'll be dragging all that dust back into the thing. And this one I have restored. Bizarre. Let's connect the component tester up to it a minute, see what that makes of it. I mean, it is in circuit, so I don't know. I thought one side of this goes to ground. See what that makes of it. See, that says it's shorted as well. Surely we can't. Surely we can't have two that are wrong. Let me just get another one. Let me get another one. Let me get another one. Let's have another one here. We have my experimental Selena Vega. Graham's experimental Selena. I shouldn't really blow that in here because all the dust is going to go everywhere, isn't it? So, Selena Vega number 3. Come in at number 3. Graham's experimental Selena, because I've designed, excuse the cobwebs, I've designed a little panel to go in here so you can connect it to a mains cable. And Mr. Ausfa has got one on trial. Hopefully he'll get round to actually having a play with that, just see if he can get it to work. I mean, it will work. I've got everything on this one done. I just haven't got round to connect it into the transformer yet. But that's all that's needed, just to connect it into the transformer. But anyway, here we go. We've got another one. Same diode. I've got more of these. I've got more of these, Tony. Don't you worry about that. Who's not fixed anything? I'm trying to find a fault on something that's broken, Bob, is the thing. So that says it's shorted as well. So obviously, you know, three ain't gonna lie, are they? So I'm back to the drawing board with the non-worker then. Let's just take that one back out of the way. End that one. It's always good to have a set to reference it to, because I can power them up side by side and just go through it. But that's beyond the scope of today's stream, so we're not going to be doing that today. Right, Car? Right. Have the rare real plug for the Selena. Have you, Sean? They are very rare, mate. You need to get another Selena. I can sort you one out, Andrew. I thought you had a Selena, Andrew. You're so upset that your caps were locked. Don't worry. Got a GEC TR505 and then a Hacker Mini Herald. I don't know the GEC, but I certainly know the Mini Herald mic. Nice radio. So, how do folk find this? I mean, I've got the schematics for this, and I have been going through it, but it's really is difficult to follow these schematics for these Russian radios. I know as a few of you have had a go at them. I do have the schematics. I was convinced that was the issue, because I mean I couldn't understand why that. I mean, it's supposed to be connected to the chassis, you know. Yeah, I don't know what the diode's doing, but I can't understand why I'm getting it as a short on all three radios, so it can't be wrong. Now let's see if I can get you in on the overhead camera here. Yeah, should be able to. Saves me trying to get it up on the internet. Where's Mr. Cody's today anyways? He's out and about, I think, isn't it? Is his lad's birthday? So there's that diode, look, V5. Cheers, Andy. A group ride to Sandy Point. Quad ride. Very nice. Cheers, mate. All right, Andrew. Brilliant. Thanks, Mike. Comrade. Comrade Mikeski. Comrade Demon. Comrade Demon. Comrade Racing. Comrade Racing. So yeah, there we are. Where am I? Let's we can zoom out a little bit so you can see the rest of the circuit. But looking at it, it comes up through here, 21, 21, goes through, it comes back down to L1, so it looks like it's connected to right up here. So it comes into this part of the circuit, So it comes up through this, down into here, through that transformer, L1, L2, then back through. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is showing as a short in the circuit. Fly back from L1, it is, yeah, it's a feedback line, but it is connected to ground. So I'm not sure why I'm getting it as a short in all of the radios. That's what I can't understand. You've got it in an original box, Benji, have you? Or are you talking to George? You've got an original mains. Everyone's got original mains cords, except everyone that buys one. I don't know. There's a lot of them out there without power cords, people. If you look on eBay, there's a lot of people that are selling them without the cords. Hi, Master Franco, how are you? They are lovely. They are lovely radios. Can I get in and lift one side of that diode? Where is it? Oh, that looks like the ground there. So yeah, I can get in and lift one side, Keith. Let's try that, shall we? Good call. Let me just get the camera sorted again. Let's get rid of me a minute. You don't want to see me. Let's get that off my belly for a start. I can put baby me up in the corner. I've gotten too big. I've gone too big again, am I? Okay. Let's see if we can lift one leg then and test it again. Right, soldering iron on. Right, hopefully you can't hear the noise of living kids are making next door. Nightmare. I'm going to have to say something in a minute, I think, because it's getting a bit loud now. It's getting a bit beyond. Right. We are lifted. Now we have a diode. That's bizarre, isn't it? Like I say, it can't be that all three are the same. I'm really not sure. Time to go play with the traffic. So it's 0.6 of a volts. And that's right, there's nothing wrong with that one at all. Red is the cathode and blue is the anode. The markings on it are backwards to ours, obviously. I've run out of soldering iron lead length now. Just solder that back in if I can get it in. So that isn't the fault I thought it was, which is a shame because I thought that I'd cracked that. It is showing as a short, but it's not a short. It's a short, but it's not a short. So, I mean, I've just literally got to spend some time with my head in the schematic and just go through this bit by bit. It's it ain't easy because I say I struggle to follow the schematic through on some of these. But it's a common fault to all bands. I mean, I was looking at. I mean, that diode is really the input from the VHF section. Cheers, everybody. Bishop's tipple, good stuff. So there's something that's common to both AM and FM. This has got I was just looking. That's a turret now. I don't want to be looking at the turret tuner. That's even more baffling. So that's going to take me a while, people. It's not going to happen on today's stream. It's too complex, and I can't concentrate that hard in a live stream. I've tried it before. As you know, I've tried it before. It doesn't work. Me concentrating on live stream don't work. What's that? That's just dropped down then. Oh, that's LEDs. Or at least the hound's dug, yeah. So that's the Selena. How are we doing at _4? We got plenty of time left yet, haven't we? Plenty of time. It's got to be something. I mean, I was convinced it was in the IF strip because my amplifier's working. I'm getting noise through the speaker from the amplifier. I'm just getting no signals whatsoever, and even probing it with the RF probe, I can't get any. You know, with the signal tracer, I can't find anything in it. It's dead as a dodo. It could be the oscillator, but then we got oscillator for AM and FM, and we got neither. So it's got to be a power issue, really. It's got to be a power issue. But I am getting voltage over into the IF, but as I say, it was sort of working before I recapped it, and I think a couple of people have said that possibly I've disturbed a wire. Because you've got to literally pull this whole board. You can't really see that. I'm not in frame, but let's zoom out a little bit. You've got to basically pull this whole board to get to the back of these caps to do them. So this whole board, you've got to desolder all the FM, swivel it out, and then move it down underneath all these connections in order to get to the back of the caps. And they were all shot, absolutely shot. So it did have to be done. It wasn't a recap just for the sheer hell of it, but something somewhere has got disturbed or it's developed a fault somewhere. So I'm going to have to take this board back out. That's the only option I've got. I'm going to have to take this board back out and have a look in behind. There's a big RF shield in behind here, so there's a possibility that when I've soldered the RF shield back on, I might have shorted it across onto something. That is a possibility as well. Graham, is it pulling currents? No, it isn't, Keith. No, it isn't. At the moment, I've only started working through the RF amp section, and I've tested the voltages on V7, and it's basically got 8 volts on it every junction, and it should have 1.34 and 0.7 on it. It's got 8 volts coming through it, so it could be that L3 is shorted somehow. I don't know. It's not connected to nothing. As I say, it's difficult to understand their schematics. Difficult to understand them, to be fair. Shall we shout at the neighbours? What do you think? I think Mrs. Cruncher's on the case now, so that won't go on for much longer. She'll soon put paid to that. You just sent away for some 20mm, and yeah, it's the way to go, Mike. I bought some for mine. Still got some here. What have I got? 20mm is the way to go. It says ×6, but I've used a couple of them. I think I've got 4 left. In fact, I think they're stainless steel, actually, those, Mike. No, I've got 6 left because I've used some other things. There's a company that makes they make mirror fixing brackets, and one of the little piece that clips over the top to hide the mirror away is exactly the right size for the aluminium mini Herald, and it literally will sit over the top exactly as the original does. It's nearly identical size, and I just stumbled upon it, and I bought a bag of these things. It's got all the other fixings in it, but it's got the aluminium tops, so I think that's what I've used. Where do you get those brakes? Oh, Brights. I just googled them, Bill. If you Google 20mm, either aluminium or stainless steel or chrome discs, you can get all of that. I mean, let's have a look at those, because it is. Let me go and see if I can get the other ones a minute, but I'll put some of the ones out that I've got. 20mm, I think they are. Let me go and see if I can find the little aluminium caps. I think I know where they are, but I'm not sure. So I may come back empty-handed. But there's 20mm is what you need for the mini Heralds. Mrs. Cruncher's not looking happy. The noise is getting too much to bear. Right. We're going deep into the depths now. I thought it was there, but doesn't appear to be. So what did I do with them? That's me Robert's box. It's not in Robert's box, I think it's in Hacker's box. Ah, there they are. I have them. Right, okay. Now, have I got a mini Herald here that I can just get my hands on? Yes, I have. And just show you. We're deviating again, but then, as I say, I think the Selena is a bit of a non-starter for today. I'm just going to have to. That's my project for the week. That Selena, I've got to get it done this week. Got to get it done this week at some stage. So this is what I managed to find. Just get those away. And there's a part number on there. I don't know if that means anything to anybody. And there's one of those, what do you call it, QR codes on there. I think these came from China. I think I did get them through eBay. And they are mirror fixing kits, look. And this little cap is what hides the bracket away after you've screwed it into the wall. So this screws in the wall, and that just clips over the top of it like that to hide it away. But if we get a hacker out, let's just zoom out a little bit. I'm a little bit close there. Absolutely perfect fit on toplet. So that's what you need if you've got one of those. It saves you having the issue of trying to line up that little disc on top. But we can see I bought them to do one of these radios. I just haven't got around to doing it, to putting them on, because the radio needs restoration first. There you are. Brand new brights. So let me see if I can actually scan that. Have I got my phone here? I don't think I have. Where's my phone gone then? I thought I did have it here. Oh well, it looks like the phone has disappeared. The phone has disappeared. Hello, 13HN516, how are you? QTH Gummer's back. NRWCB. Yeah. So if you want a couple of those, Mike, then drop me an email, mate, and I'll pop you a couple in, because they are nicer than the let's get that glare off, than just the aluminium discs. So there we are. About time I'd done another hacker again, isn't it, really? Anyway, what's next then? What else have we got? We can play with more CBs. We can have a look at this power. We can start recapping this power supply. That was going to be my next project. I've got to buy some either metal primer or direct metal paint for this thing. Let me get the camera down a bit better. I'll zoom back out. So you remember on, I think it was Friday, I pulled this horrendous power supply out. We've got this nasty bit of stuff. I don't know whether that's original or whether someone's put that in. But Richard has actually ordered one of these from France, and it's apparently near mint. So he's going to have a look at that when he gets it in, and just let me know what the Zener in it is. I have ordered up the Zener that was wrong in this one, but I thought what I'd do today is get rid of these caps and put the correct caps in it, because these have obviously been botched in. I mean, it's a right lash up job, this one really is. So what somebody's done is they've put some new caps in, and they've just soldered them to the old leads. All these wires are just hanging off, and they're badly tarnished. It's very difficult to actually solder to them. So it needs a fair bit of refurb work, and all for something that's probably going to be about a tenner when I sell it. It's going to cost me more to repair and restore this than I'm going to get when I get rid of it. I mean, I might just keep it just for on the bench for setting stuff up, but it's not very nice. Mike, oh, metal paint. See, the reason I'm after metal paint is because I put the cases through the dishwasher. And I don't know if you can remember, but this was absolutely rammed full of muck and all sorts of horribleness. But if I get it on the overhead camera, you'll see that it's got quite a lot of rust and that inside it. Yeah, so it needs. I was hoping to just blow it over, but it's got too much rust on it, so I'm going to need to respray it. And the outer case is a gold finish, but again, that's got rust coming through it, so I can't just blow it over because the rust is going to come straight back through it. So I've either got to sand it and prime it and then spray it, or I've got to find some direct to metal that'll spray over rust. I mean, I've got silver paint that'll go over rust. I'm still going to need to rub it down to get a decent finish on it, but yeah, get some vinegar on it. Yeah, but Benji, the vinegar, it won't remove it. It gets rid of the rust as such, but you can't just paint over it after you put it in vinegar. You've got to sand it and prime it. So I'm not really I don't want to spend too much time on it, to be fair. There's all sorts of, it looks like there's tar. Something horrible melted out of that. I don't know what that is. It looks like varnish. So yeah, the case is in a pretty poor state. I mean, the front's front's cleaner now. It was horrible brown colour before, but it's come up all right. It's not brilliant because the dishwasher's tarnished it a little bit, but it's flapping about a bit, so it needs gluing back. But you know, I thought we'd get the electronics done. Another one down the hatch. So yeah, I thought we'd get the electronics done on it. I've got a new fuse holder to go in. I was going to check if they were actually captive fuse holders. Now, what have I done with them? What did I do with my power supply rebuilding bits? Are they here or are they downstairs? I think they're downstairs. It needs shot blasting. Derek! Thanks, Derek. Cheers, mate. Cool. Cool. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get these this horrible power supply done. So let me go and get the caps and the fuse holder. Bear with me, I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. Have you missed me? Right. I bought up a job lot of 2,700 microfarad 25 volt caps. Vishay ones, good quality for power supplies with high ripple capability. But I've also bought some higher value 35 volt caps, which I'm going to use for these. These are fine, but they're not the best caps in the world. They're 105 degree rated. They're jack-ons. They'll do the job. You're on the bishop's finger. Everyone's jumping on the bishop's finger today, aren't they? So yeah, there you go. So I've got a stock of those. I've got some transistors for some project or other. I can't remember what that was. And I've got some crystal filters. And I'm going to try a little experiment with I've got one of the sort of Fidelity clones, the Cheezer CB radio, and apparently if you change the ceramic filter for a crystal filter, you can vastly improve the big issue with them, which was bleed over. So that's the plan, Stan. I don't know what I've done with my phone, because I could do with that at the moment. I really don't know what I've done with my phone today, people. It was definitely here, but it's not anymore. So yeah, here's the fuse holders. Let's have a look to make sure I've got the right ones, because I know Richard did say that they need to be ones that where the fuse is captive in the holder, and I believe these are. So let's just try the fuse out of this one. So this type, if you turn it upside down, it doesn't hold. So basically the fuse can stay in there. You can still have the power on and touch it, and bzz, you're a goner. So the new one, yeah, okay. So screwed in. And out it comes with the front bit. So that's perfectly legal. So that's what's going back in. And at the moment we're switching the neutral. So we're gonna well, I don't know where the fuse is in the neutral line. Oh, there's my phone. Bear with me. That was Sean just ringing me so as I could find my phone. So yes, that's the plan. To put that in that, I'm hoping that'll fit through the hole. I haven't checked that. I did do a bit of searching around to try and get the right size. Just make sure there's nothing else on here that's of importance. No, fine, brilliant. So I wanted the phone for like taking pictures and that really. So let me think which one the fuse went in. Because one is the cable entry, which is that hole. And this one is the fuse holder, so hopefully. Oh, beauty. Absolutely perfect. Look at that. It would be perfect if I didn't cross-thread the plastic nut. There we are. Brilliant. So I've got the right fuse holder. So we need the fuse in the live supply, not the neutral. It is switching the live, but I think it needs to go to the fuse first, then from the fuse out to the switch. Is that right? I'm not 100% on that. But to say, I can't do a lot. I can't reassemble this because of the fact that it needs to be sprayed. I'm not going to put it back together and leave it rusty like that. So I better put the fuse back inside that other one. Just for now. There we are. So yeah, those are good. They're from RS again. If you can see that, 627 2093. So if you've got one of those old power supplies and you need to change that fuse odor, that's your part number. Right. So, I mean, this board is absolutely filthy as well. So let me see what they've done here. So that's the negatives on that rail. So I don't know where to start. Shall I do the wires first or shall I do the caps first? I better do the caps first and then the wires after, but I need to take a couple photos, which is why I needed the phone, of where these wires go. So let's snip that horrible cable there. Let's take a photo of that first. Let's take some photos, pretty pictures. And the wires down there. Because the wires have been put in underneath the board instead of on top, and all sorts of things have gone on. Okay, so that wire there clearly goes to that terminal, and that one to that. Okay, right, I think I'm okay now if any wires pull off of anywhere. That's the important thing. Bro, excellent. Right. Let's put the old soda sucker on. Let's crack another beer while that's and the last beer in the house. The fabled Rigwelter. Dark, strong Yorkshire ale from Mazam. And as I've told you many times before, I have visited it. Jules on the red wine now. Moderator. No, that was the wife yelling at the dog's Bill. Not the wife, the partner, girlfriend. She can be a nightmare, can't she, Mrs. Cruncher? It's a very basic board bender. It could easily be made, but there's no issues with the board. It's the wires that are connected to it. They're just really badly tarnished. It's an old power supply. It's not been stored in a dry atmosphere, I don't think. It just needs overhauling and making safe, because some of the wires should be sheathed and they're not. And cheers, Rigwelter, last one. Gonna stuff the plastics. It does look nice though, and they're pretty easy to stuff as well, Mike. So well worth doing. Let's untangle my desoldering tool from the camera. Cool. So why isn't this one coming out then? Come on. It's probably my sucker's blocked up again, no doubt. You're back from the Russian embassy, are you? Nice one, Dom. Hi, Theo. Right. Better. So, do we put... I'm going to put the 35 volts one in this one for now. I say these are 105 degree rated. They're not the most expensive caps on the market, but end of the day, it's a really cheap power supply, so I don't want to throw in hundreds of pounds at it in spares. Well, not hundreds, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So I'm going to clean this board up because that is absolutely horrible. So we'll test those in a minute, just for a laugh. Blue roll. Right, what I'm going to use to clean this up, well, let's get a toothbrush in. Let's get the old toothbrush in. Let's get Mrs. Cruncher's toothbrush into action. I don't know what this brown goop is on it, but it ain't coming off. I thought it was flux, but it's not. It's probably residue of some sort of glue or other, I don't know. Not totally kill the board grain, we're only trying to clean it here, not destroy it. Better. Let's look at the other side. Let's give that a going over as well. It's equally horrible. So hopefully once the Zener diodes arrive, we could get this one back at the right voltage, because it is doing 15 volts at the moment for a regulated 13.8 allegedly. Get hammered. So this is, I mean, we're not going to be firing this power supply up today, I don't think, because I've got the wrong Zener in it. It's doing 15 volts. I don't think changing the caps is going to make any difference. Let's just shut that up. We better have a look at these, haven't we? Let's see what they are. Where's the ESR meter? So, I don't know when these went in. There's no date code on them. They're RS, so they're newer than the power supply. I'm sure they are. You can tell that by the botch up on the leadslet. So, place your bets then. 2,200 microfarads at 25 volts. Where she goes, nobody knows. Eyes down. Go on then. 2,200. It's pretty rough, Bill, isn't it? It's pretty rough. 2,200. What's it going to be then? Are we reckoning it's pretty good? Or are we saying it's going to be way out? Dom's going 2.7. Has anybody else got one of those desoldering tools? Yeah, there's a few have got them, Tony. I know Paul's got one. I think George has got one. Sean has got one. There's quite a few have got them. A billion farads. If it's a billion farads, GNU, I'm sending it to you as a prize. A billion farads. Whoa. That would be special, wouldn't it? I'm hoping these new ones will fit in the board. I haven't tried them. Yeah. Bang on. Oh, nice. Tidy. You've got one. Oh, you've got one as well, Nick. Sorry, I wondered what you're on about. I thought you meant you had a billion farad cap. I was going to say, oh, a bit bent there. That's a bit straighter. There we go. A little up a bit, down a bit, left a bit. Got a lot of light coming in on this side. I'm light-headed. You've got the ancient Hacko they ripped off. Pace, very nice. Hacko's good stuff as well. Are you all done? Are you all done? Benji's voted, yes. Here we go then. Here we go. Oh, he's good. He's good. 2223. 2223. 2223. Who's closest to that then? Nick is 23. I know Benji's 2274. It's Benji. I think Benji's got it. He's pipped Nick to the post. Wow, that is pretty close, isn't it? That's a good cap, actually. What can you say? I mean, we haven't put it on a proper leakage tester, but this does give a good indication. I mean, if that ESR was, say, up above 1, or the capacitor was, say, 2,700 and something, then you'd know that the cap was on its way out, even though it might be in tolerance. But that one's pretty good. I don't know when that was changed, but I certainly didn't change it. And I've had this power supply for quite a few years. I must have had this power supply 10 years. Must have done. Okay, so Benji won that one. Well done, Benji. Next then, exactly the same. Exactly the same. There's going to be a few people batting for the same value here, aren't they? Pardon me. So the last one was 2223. 2223. What are we thinking on this one? The winner could get Mrs. Cruncher's toothbrush, complete with used flux. It's brown, but no, I haven't used it for that. What's Benji going for? 2237. Colin's going real close. 2234. It was 2223 last time, wasn't it? Oh my god, it's so close now. 1715, I think you mean, Graham. 1715? My mind's not that quick, Derek. You'll have to remind me. So, yeah. I mean, it's 85 degree rated. It could do with being 100 degree rated, because this is going to get hot. It's stuffed in a little tiny tin box with a power transistor right beside it that's going to kick out a fair bit of heat with no heat sink on it. So, bad practice, isn't it? Oh, it's the time. 17:15, right, sorry. The Champion is the best. Well, Old Tom, I think, knocks Champion. So does Old Roger. I toss up between Old Tom and Old Roger for me as my favourite. Again, it's strong beers, but I do like the stronger ones. But I do like that. Was it Cranford Poacher? That is a really nice beer. That's only 5 point something. I do like that. It's definitely got to be up there. You have procured a number of surgical deblocking things. The thing you stick down the tip hole to unblock the nozzle. Better than the one supplied with the iron. Any takers? Well, I'd definitely have one of those. If you've got one, Tony. You mean better than these pokey tools? Because these do bend. They are quite good. But if you've got something that's better, then there's a few of us that have got them. Are we ready? Keith's just come in with 2-4. Let's do it. Here we go. All your bids in. Wow, we've got a slightly higher ESR, but not bad still. And we're still well within tolerance. 2250, who's closest now then? 2234 Benji. 2251 Phil the Power Taylor. Gotta be taking it. Phil the Power, you've done it, mate. You've got it. You've cracked it. He's only one outlet. Good stuff. You don't want to know what I'm doing with Tom and Roger. Well, it's a shame, innit? But they are going. So we've got to take that Zener out, but I need to make sure I get that the right way round. So I'm just going to make some marks on the board, just to remind myself which way round these go, if I can find a permanent marker, as he knocks his clock over, which says it is now 17:17. So negative, negative. That's a stripe that way, so that's that way, isn't it? I'll do my own screen printing. That's not very good, actually. I can't read that. I'm going to have to get rid of that with some isopropyl a minute. Fail. Fail. Right, let's draw that again a bit better. There. That's better. Because that one's got to come out as well. And these. So that's both positives there. So that's negative. And that's negative. I'm going to take all of these out just to make it easier. But the thing is, I've got to do a Zener at some stage, and that's going to be awkward to do once all these caps are back in. I did have that other Zener though, didn't I, from the other other power supply. Now, what did I do with that? Good question, Graham. What did you do with that? Somebody's messaging me again. Make sure it's nothing important. No. I think what I've done with that. I don't know what I've done with that diode, which is annoying because I was going to pop that one in this board temporarily and then put one in the other board. It's definitely gone out of that one. Oh, that is really annoying. One thing I was going to say, do you think this was factory or do you think that someone's added that to stop the buzz? Whoa, Mike. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Good man. My spectrum analyzer is getting ever closer. So I don't know if that's factory or whether that's something that someone's just cut out and added to stop it, try and stop it humming. I wouldn't expect to see that underneath a transformer, really, would you? Not sure. So it's just like a bit of felt, really. That's all I can describe it as. I don't want to handle it too much, to be fair. Cheers, Mike. You are the main man. Good to see you as well, mate. As well. We've missed your input. Okay, so that should be fine. We can check the diodes as well while the caps are out. So that's all the negatives. They're now isolated, so we can check all those caps, those diodes now, just to make sure they're all okay. I'm sure they are. You've marked the caps up wrong. Well, they were in like that, Scott. They were in like that, and that is the negative. They were both in like that. Oh, hang on. Oh, all right. Yes, you are right. One is, one is one way, one is the other, isn't it? Is that right? Scott, you are the man. Thank you for that. You've got me possibly out of a pickle. No, that... Yeah, you are right. I have got them marked wrong. That is a positive then. You're right. You are right, Scott. Pull the least out straight. Yeah, you're right. It's confusing, isn't it? So that's the negative down the bottom. So you're right. So that's positive. Woohoo! Shit. Scott, I am glad you're on board, mate, because you're looking out for me, aren't you? Hopefully now we are marked correctly. Flipping heck. Never drink and work on electronics, people. Bad news. But I'm okay. I'm okay. I know if it gets too much because my head gets totally addled and I don't know what the hell I'm up to. Right, I wanted to get my component tester on these and check these diodes one by one. So let me get my little stand. I've got to get my 3D printer sorted. I'm waiting at the moment on some brackets to get the Andron 19 or Solatron 99 or Solarcon 99 up in the air, and then I'm going to get my two home bases in place of where the 3D printer is. I'm going to move the 3D printer over to where the Mullard high-speed valve tester is. And I'm not sure what I'm doing with the Mullard high-speed valve tester at the moment. I might sell that on, I don't know. So if anybody wants to buy a really expensive Mullard high-speed valve tester with 2 sets of cards, then let me know. Make me an offer, because I know I paid 300 quid for the tester and I paid 100 quid for the cards. So it stands me in at 400 quid. But I have got the cracking tester that Resonator gave me, which I've still got to put the transformer in that. Simon's very kindly agreed to have a look at it for me if I get really stuck with it. But it's one I'm not going to do it on. I might film it, but I won't do it live, if you know what I mean. So let's check these diodes, just have a look, see what they're doing. See what the voltage is on them. So that one is 6.3 volts. It says it's a Zener, it's not Zener. 6.3 volt Zener, eh? That says it's a 6.3 Zener. I suspect it's getting a reading back from the transformer or something else in circuit. .3. So they're all pretty much there, aren't they? There's nothing. There's no major difference. That's all I'm looking for, really. We've got one of them is. Oh, hello. E. Now that might be because the leads are a bit tarnished. So let me just clean the leads up. Could be that we've got one out. That might indicate why we had an issue with the high voltage. Let's just give that a run over with a sandpaper. Just try that again with better connection. I don't know if I've got any of those diodes. I hope it's just a dirty connection, which I think it probably is. It's filthy, this power supply. It's typical of a CB radio power supply. They're not brilliant. They did work and they weren't expensive, but they are getting expensive now to buy. There we go. Oh, hello. No, that's still not the same as the others. That's given a reverse voltage of 4.39. The others were saying 6 point something. I mean, they're connected into that, so there's nothing that side of any of them. So I don't know why they're showing as Zeners. That's confusing me, to be fair, because, you know, you can see on the board, we've got this is the positive rail. So the positive rail's got no. Hang on, it's going over here, isn't it? Okay, so we are going through other stuff. So the only way to test them fully would be to take them out. Shall we take them out? Let's desolder them and just double check. There's no point doing all this and then struggling. Best live stream ever, Sean. Another beer. So cheers for that, Scott. Anyway, mate, thank you very much for pointing that out. As I always say to you guys, I have no electronics training whatsoever, apart from a little bit on my ham radio license. You know, whatever I'm doing, I've picked up myself. Don't be touching this stuff if you're not used to working on mains equipment. I am used to working on mains equipment through my previous career as a gas engineer, we had to fault find lots of mains gear. So I am experienced at working on mains gear, and I have an isolation transformer and a variac, and I'm safe. But yeah, if you're thinking of working on one of these yourself, then make sure you know what you're up to. Yeah, I'm just going to lift one leg on them all dug. I'm going to just desolder them and resolder them back in. I'm not going to touch this side because these wires, literally there's like two, on that one there's two strands of wire holding that wire on to the board. It's shocking. I think that's the one that I couldn't get to take solder. So all of these connectors, I'm just going to put some heat shrink over to protect them. I mean, it's the main side that's more important, really. This is the secondary. It's not quite so important. We've got lower voltage, but still got a fair bit of ampage there. Enough to give you a nasty surprise. Let's chuck it and go down the pub, Sean. I wish we could, mate. We had good fun down the pub, didn't we? Our little pub crawl. Brilliant stuff. I really enjoyed that. So that's the current state of play there. You can see the board. I've marked my positives in. I've marked my diode in because I'm going to take that one out as well. And I've marked these hopefully the right way round this time. I don't know, I just wasn't concentrating then, so I'm glad Scott pulled me up on that. Because the thing is these, you look at them like this, it looks like that's the ground, but it's not. The negative is on that pin. And that's black as well, so it's even more confusing, isn't it? You think the black is obviously negative, but it's not. That's the negative. Easy mistake to make, and that would have gone bang big styly if I'd done that. That would have really gone pop. So thanks, Scott, for that. Nick always drinks and works on it. Drunk electricians rock. Mullard made a cardomatic tube tester. Whoa. It's a Mullard high-speed valve tester, and it does work with the cards, Bill. It's a lovely bit of kit. I don't really want to part with it. It is taking up a hell of a lot of bench space, so it really is a monster. I'm getting funnier. This is all the beer I've got left, though, Sean. This is all the beer. All the beer, no idea. So let's do a bit of sucky on this. Yeah, you can still see on the Obra cam. I'll leave it on that for a minute. Just going to suck most of the solder off, and then I'll heat them and lift them with the. These are really hefty diodes. These are much beefier than the old 1N4 007s. I don't know if they're the same current handling, but they are pretty beefy. So let's see if we can just lift one of those. Screwdriver. So for the iron to heat up. Let's get serious. Cool. Tell you what, ooh, they are well in there, those. I don't know what the power handling capability of these things is, but they're massive. They've really gone to town on these diodes. And the last one. There we go. Oh, see what I mean? We've got a wire off already. Look, just the wiring on this is absolutely shocking. Someone's been at it. That's fact. That's one area I didn't take a photo of. Was that? Come on, camera, work it. Okay, let's just tack that one back on for now. I think I'm going to end up rewiring most of this, you know. It really is horrible what they've done to it. See, this wire just isn't taking solder. Oh my God, look at the blob of solder on that. I don't know what this wire is, but it is strange, Scott, isn't it? I was expecting to see the diodes the other way round, but I've got another power supply here with a half-wave rectifier in it, and that's wired the same way. I'm just keeping them there as a reference at the moment, Benji, to be fair. It's bizarre, they really do not like I don't know what type of wire it is, but it reminds me of that blimmin' diesel module that I did. That was there we go. Right, so let's test these. Out of circuit, so these shouldn't be measuring as Zenas anymore, they should just measure as a normal diode. Okay, so 0.59 forward voltage, no other information available. So these should all be around about that 0.59, 0.6. It's about what you'd expect for a diode. 0.58, yeah. 0.599, and the last one, so they're all slightly different, but I don't think they're different enough. This is the one that was funny last time. 0.58. They're all thereabouts, to be honest, aren't they? So I'm not going to mess with those. They can go back in. They can go back in. If I can get them back in. Because they are pretty meaty. Oh dear. They ain't going to go back in the hole, are they? Whose idea was it to pull them out? Some serious leads on them. Oh, God. Whoa. Careful, we don't want to break one of these. So do diodes get tired with age? Do diodes get tired with age? This is full wave. Hi Aston. You just got the notification after that big plug I did for your channel, mate, at the start. I did give you a plug. So you should go viral now, Aston. Tell you what, these legs are to buck the voltage up there. Voltage, temperature, even. Where's the goat when you need him? It's better. Temperature, not voltage, Graham. Sort your life out. Right. I need some pretty hefty pliers. Can I get that off of that one? Yeah, there we go. Right, so the bridge is okay. It was worth a check, though. It was worth a check. There's no point putting this back together and not checking it, really. So let's get these two out next. 100 microfarad, 25 volts. We've marked the board. Positive. Right, I think I got it the right way around this time. That's definitely negative, yeah. And that is definitely a negative. Okay. So what I'm just going to disconnect this Zener again that we put in. Sounds like it's sticking again. Sounds like it's blocked again. You can't work out which ones need flipped. His voice is sexy again. This is getting disturbing, isn't it? But Aston is, as I said in the video earlier, he is the voiceover man. I need him to voice over an intro for me. Something like Radio Cruncher. A man barely alive. We can rebuild him. Make him stronger. Better. It's $1 Million Man, you remember that? Steve Austin. Then we had the Bionic Woman, didn't we, after that? Ugh. Tell you what, this is a pain in the neck, this desoldering tool. Blocks up for pastime. Right. It should mean that we can turn that racket off now. Whew. Right, okay, we've got the diode the way around, we've got the march right, so we can get rid of that thing. So now we've got the old capacitor roulette to do. So let's get the ESR meter down. Let's get that out of the way now. So you should just stop the... Who's the voiceover guy? It's Aston, Bill. I did pop a link to his channel in earlier. Let's go there again, shall we? There you go, Bill. You need to subscribe to that, mate. It's nosy stuff, Bill. It'd be right up your street, mate. You wish I would draw the circuit out. See, we've got another wire offlet. It's just as well I... It's rubbish. This is absolute junk. But it will work. We will rebuild it. See, I was referring, so there we go. Have we all got Aston's channel sorted out? Are we all there? Are we with it? Are we with the program? The voice of Aston. But he's got some good videos up there. He's not done many, but he has got he's got what, 3, 6, 7 up there at the moment. He's done a Vega 215 as well. We dropping it round, Aston, dropping it round. There you go. That's Aston. Nice chap. Good channel. Well worth subscribing, people. Do it. Okay. Where are we? What's going on? Does anybody know? If you do, tell me. Okay, so 100 microfarad, 25 volts. Place your bets. We're going in. Have I won something else on eBay? Aston's gone quiet now. What have I won on eBay? Is something... Oh, I've got an order. Okay, well, I've just restarted the stream. For some reason, it crashed out. Hopefully, you're going to get data again. Are we going to get some data? It says no data. Are you getting me, people? Am I back? Stream is looking good at the moment here. Yes, I'm live again, I think. I don't know what went wrong there, but yeah, pass. So I haven't pushed the button yet, people. So we're still up for capacitor bingo. I don't know what happened there. It just went yellow, which means there's an issue with the stream. I mean, it's not doing a great frame rate either. So whether there's an issue with the internet here, I don't know. I've got that mic on for some reason. I don't know why that is. Well, anyway, where were we? I've lost track of who actually voted. Oh, I've got the. Oh, yeah, I've got it. Okay, so we've got Benji on 110, Doug on 106, Dom Driver Films Shortwave on 101, 130 for Nick, Feel the Power 125, Bretsky 145. Everybody done? Everybody done. My beer's nearly gone, look. It'll soon be time to go. Go beddy buys. Let's go for it then. Ready? Oh, we got a late arrival, Theo 125. Did you win again? Cheers for the message, Andrew. I did see that there's like a little red light that comes on when you're live on the stream, and if it goes orange or yellow, you know you've got some issues, and it went yellow, so no good. But thanks for the message, mate. Just restarted the stream and it's fine. What do I think of PMR 446? PMR 446 is good. I mean, I've got it here. I've got a couple PMR 446 handhelds here. In fact, I can probably stick my hand on one. Have you all done with the voting? Where's my PMR gone? So yeah, I've got a couple of these little BT PMR 446. I can pick it up on my handout as well. There is people on it, and apparently there is some PMR nets out there. It's sort of taken off a little bit like CB was. People trying to DX on these little ruggedized, luckily, handhelds. Let's do it then. Here we go. 108. 108. I'm sure somebody was quite close to 108. 106, Doug. It's Doug, I think. Ha! It is you, Doug. I'm pretty sure. Yes, Doug. It's Doug. Oh, let's just cover that. I nearly popped the second one on them without giving you a chance to vote. No good. 11 meters. First good. Yeah, 11 meters is always going to be better than PMR 446. PMR 446 is going to be very, very local coverage. You're not really going to be able to get much distance on that. You'll certainly get further on CB than you will on 446. But it's another band that's available for people that you don't need a license for. You don't need to take any exams, nothing at all. You just go and buy a handheld and you're on 446. I mean, we can scan through the channels in a minute if you want. I can't remember what they are now, but we can certainly pop some batteries in this and have a little play a minute. As I say, it's an open forum. If it's something that we want to have a look at, then we can. Hopefully I haven't got any Nakado batteries. No, 4 AA's. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? A live scan through on PMR, because there is people around here that use it. We've got a couple care homes around, and they all use it. So, right, come on, vote in then. Another 100 microfarad at 25 volts. Zero, BB Junkie, how you doing? Good to see you. Benji's gone 109. Oh, snap. We got a doubler. We got Benji and Driver Film Shortwave on the same. And Doug's now Doug and Driver. He's pulling the messages quicker than he can type them. 111. So which one are you going to have, Dom? Are you going to have 111 or are you going to have 109. You're going to leave Benji with 109, and you're going to go to 111, 106, 106.5. What was the last? I forgot what the last one was already. I think it was 108, wasn't it? I've got to get some caps in this thing. The poor thing, he's capless. He's capless. Check those joints as well. $100, Brett. You're confident it's going to be absolutely bang on spec? To be honest, these caps ain't bad, are they? 85 degrees. Woodchuck 105s in it. What the hell? Sod the expense. Are we all done? Here we go then. Another 108 dead. Another 108 dead on. Oh. It's going to be a toss up then. It's in between. We've got a draw. Benji and Nick. Nick on 107, Benji on 109, and it's in the middle, 108. Afternoon, Mark, how are you? Right, let's get this thing recapped then before I forget where the hell everything's going. So we need to find some 100 microfarad, 25 volts. Let's have a look what we got in here. In me surplus drawer. So let's go slightly higher than 25. What have we got? What have we got here? 100 volts, that's way too big. 16 too low. 63 too high. Let's get the others out. What we've got there, 135, that's what we want. Two of those. What's those red ones? I like the red looking ones. 105 degrees 30. Let's use the red ones. I like the look of those. Let's go red. Look at them. Look at them beauties. These are actually quite good caps. These are Worth, I believe. German. Yeah, Worth Electronic. 100 volts, 35. 100 microfarads, I mean 35 volts. Oh God, it's filthy again, isn't it? Where's me cotton bud? Can I reuse it? Yeah, I can use it. Hopefully, Scott, I've got the markings the right way around this time. So do we think I need to edit Mrs. Cruncher out of the video? Has she been really rude and saying horrible things about the neighbours on video? Surprised my mic picks it up really, because it is a lapel mic. Right, okay. Here goes then. I'm going to need a bit of flux on this because it's pretty shocking, the board. I'm going to have to give it a really good clean off afterwards. Let's pop those in. Should have my extractor on, really. It's a bit buried a bit deep at the moment though. Okay, that's those two done. Looking good, looking nice and red. Let's get the other two in. Where did I put them? They're rolling away. So we've got it the right way around this time, thanks to Scott, who spotted that. Alright, so what temperature am I at? I want to be about 260, 360 really. 370, that's fine. You've been using CB since 1987. I've been on CB on and off since 82. But I've not been on it some recent years, I must admit. And the next one. That was nice and tight then, but it's gone all springy now. Let me just catch that with a bit of solder a minute. Just stop it moving around. There we are. Nice big solder, nice big capacitor legs for my capacitor leg collection. I've dropped one. Yuck. Okay, so this wiring then, this is pretty horrible stuff. I don't really know what it's made out of, but it is pretty disgusting. So let's do this one first, being that it's already congealed onto the board. Let's put the solder sucker back on. Apologies for the noise. Catch up with the chat. How we doing? Halfway, there's two diodes, isn't it? Put the diode in the feed and return doesn't make it a full bridge. I've got no schematic on it. I mean, you can see the back of the board there. So the diodes are all facing the same way on the front. All the same there. And on the back of the board, they're all going to the positive rail. Then we've got those two linked and those two linked. Which I think is right, isn't it? Ace, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, people. And when we look at the other power supply, this one, if you can see in the back there, we only have 2 diodes in this one. So this I would say is half wave, and the other one's full wave. But this is a 3 amp. The other power supply is 5 amp. So one of the capacitor holes is empty. So it's only got 1 filter cap in rather than 2. But this one is working fine, and that's a 3 amp supply. The other one's obviously 5 amp. But 3 amp is all you need for CB. You don't even need that. You get away with a 2 amp. So let's find some decent wire a minute. Bear with me. Wire. Anybody say wire? Wire. This should be more than adequate. It's silicon coated. How much wire do we want to replace? We've got to replace this one because for some reason it will not. All the others are hanging on by a thread. I'm going to have to replace them. They're just really, really bad. And I'm clean out of beer, which is really, really upsetting. Now this wire is probably exactly the same thickness as this. Let's have a look. Maybe the other stuff is slightly thicker. I don't really know. I think there's more strands in this, and it's silicone covered, so far superior. And we're going to stick it in the correct way in the board. And lo and behold, we can actually solder that stuff. More than could be said for the other stuff that's in there. Right, okay, so that's got to go up. In to about there. Now, I don't think we need to protect the terminals on this side of the transformer with heat shrink, do we? So as you can't touch these. I suppose it's good practice, but I'll welcome your ideas on that. It is so, I'm sorry Doug, but that is the case, mate. Oh, I hate to admit it, but yes, the house has no beer left. So, will you reuse that nasty wrap thing? There, that's one done. But there's more. This one is hanging off as well. Literally hanging by a thread. Same again, another brown wire. I mean, the bits may be here on Monday, I really don't know. It depends. RS, I placed the order on Friday, so they may be here on Monday. Ah, stay there. This is a 5 amp power supply. What's that banging noise? Hang on a minute, let me just go and invest. Okay, the neighbours' kids have suddenly decided they're going to start kicking the ball against the house now. Not our house, but theirs, so even more annoying. So let's just carry on with this. Mrs. Cruncher is getting very, what should we say, annoyed at the noise that's going on. Hey Harvey, how you doing? What am I supposed to be doing, Harvey? You've just come in and told me I'm supposed to be doing something. What is it that I need to do? Am I not doing the right things for you? Right, that's that one done. Much better. What's this black one? No, the black one's had it as well. So we're going to have to do that one. That's literally just hanging on by a thread. One strand that's hanging on by. Jesus Christ. Okay, well at least this is getting this done, and once the bits come Monday or Tuesday, I'll be able to wrap these up, both the power supplies, because the other one ain't going to take very long. It's not going to need rewiring like this one. This one's just been got at, unfortunately. Big style. Just a bit of braid for that one. Valve gear, you crack on, Harvey, if you want to do some valve gear, mate. I don't really do valve stuff. I do occasionally have a little dabble, but not my thing. I very nearly did my Hacker record player today, actually, thinking of that. Now, where did I just put that black wire that I've just pulled out of there? It's gone. It's gone. This brown. Brown. Bizarre. Oh, there. That went a long way. Okay, we're getting a nice power supply in the end. Right, okay, so that's our three rubbishy, dodgy wires. 105 degrees, 22 gauge. $600 volt. So that's much better. I'm happy with that. It's looking good. We've got the same issue over here. So we've got an orange wire that's just flying in the wind. Let's get that off. Go for it, Harvey. Volve it up. I'm not sure if I've actually seen you doing any soldering work on that RV. Is that something you're into? Do you I'm trying to think. I've seen you working on stuff, but I can't remember. Let's get this flipping thing. That's better. There we go. Now we're sucking. Now we're sucking on gas. Okay, so that one's had it. Yeah, all these are all frayed as well, so I'm going to have to replace them all. Oh dear, oh dear. So we've got orange next. Let's just use the same wire throughout. This is a bit overkill probably, but what the hell. Let's just go for it. So somebody somewhere will get a nice power supply out of this, or I'll keep it and use it on the bench for CBs. I don't know. It depends. I'll see what it's like. I prefer to use a voltage, a current limited supply, so I can see what current it's drawing, etc. Put more solder on that because it looks like I've solder sucked that off as well. Let's check that resistor while that's disconnected. So it is brown gold, I believe. No, brown, black, gold. On mode 5 4 brown, black, gold. Huh? Is that right? Brown, black, gold. 1 ohm at 5%, is that right? Pretty good. 1.0. That is pretty bang on. That is absolutely bang on. We'll go with that. So that's not the original wire, so let's just gauge the wire size, wire length of the other ones, about there, because they should all be the same length, I'm sure. Actually, I might have a bit more on this because I'm going to have to probably... I mean, how do you connect to this? Look, I mean, I'm probably going to have to put like a little hook in the end of it. Let's do it a little bit more. Try a little J hook on it. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Right, so that's given it a bit of a mechanical join. Hopefully you can see what I've done there. Yeah, you can. Let's get the soldering on. There we go. Sorted. That's a better joint. And to be fair, that one's a bit dodgy. This wire has perished. It's all corroded, all of this wire. Right, what next colour we got? We've got blue. Right, it's just getting a little bit springy now because I've got all these nice new wires in it. Will it stay there when I solder it? It might do. We're getting there. It won't be much longer now, people. So Harvey, are you going to be doing some repair videos on valve gear with soldering in caps? And I'd be interested in watching that, mate. I would be interested in that. That one's not too bad, but being that we're in here replacing stuff, I'm going to do this one as well. This one doesn't look like it's been got at, all the rest do. We don't appear to have any red left at all. Totally out of red, so I think I'm going to use a nice purple. Should I use purple or brown? I better use... No, I'll use purple. No, purple's quite close to that blue, isn't it? So we'll use a grey then. We'll use a grey. We'll find the end of the grey. Okay. Pulled out at the last minute. There we go. Yeah, the recycling people are very funny with electronic stuff, aren't they, Andrew? They let you have as many CDs in that as you want, but yeah, they don't like you having Selenas. Phew, that stinks. Right. That's that. Okay, let's turn this off now. Let's start winding this down because that's a fair old stint today, I think. I've covered that pretty well. I've got some bits left to do, but it's pretty much there. Let's get everything tidied up a little bit. So all the secondary, apart from the LED, has been rewired, and I think all I'm going to do with the LED, I'll just cut those and redo those. So all the secondary will be done then. I've got to redo the primary, and I've got to sort out this fuse holder, and I've got to sort out the live and neutral connections through the fuse holder. But then I think that's good progress today, and I've still got the Zener to go in when it arrives. So I think that'll be a good little supply for somebody when that's all done. So I'm back. What are we doing then? You don't have the room to do live repairs. You don't have to do live repairs. However, you can do pre-recorded ones and edit it. I'm sure you can clear a table off. Well, people, I hope you've enjoyed that today. It's a bit of a variety. Sadly, the Selena's going to take a bit more head scratching, but as soon as I can get to grips with that, I will bring you back in and show you what's up with it. It's got to be something to do with that RF board. So that's it for today. As I say, don't forget, give me a thumbs up. Thanks to everybody for joining and for all the very kind live super chats that you've done. Live chats? Super chats that you've done. So I will catch you in the week at some stage. Not 100% sure yet, but I might just get a video out in the week. You never know. No worries, Aston. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. Yeah, cheers, people. Catch up later, Dom. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, Andrew. Nick. So bye for now, people. I'm going to go and have my tea by the sound of it, well, by the smell of it, because I can hear it. I can smell it downstairs cooking. So anyway, bye for now.